Hello, everyone. Let's wait till we got the thingy and duty with them. Okay, we are here. My live stream checker thing isn't working, so I'm going to have to manually tell Curmudgeon's Corner chat that we're live. And Yvonne's late. Yvonne is late. Posts. Copy post. Okay. So everybody, as this goes through, and I know there's nobody actually here on the live stream yet, Yvonne's not even here, but we'll just be reacting to the various things as we go. There have been 2 states called so far, Vermont and or 3, Vermont, Kentucky, and Indiana, it looks like, from various places. No surprises there. I'm actually working in another window and getting my little spreadsheet set up so I can track when we actually get any swing states called, how that reduces the range of possibilities. But it'll be a little while in the evening till we get that, I think. Hello, Yvonne.
Hello.
Welcome. We've had a few states called already, but none that are surprises. Kentucky, Indiana, and Vermont.
Yeah, I see that. Yes.
I'm in the other window setting up my little spreadsheet, which I didn't do beforehand. to track these as they get called. But
I am very glum at this moment. It's not that I'm just not. It's not that I'm dreading just.
Yeah, I mean,
I am just not.
Let's talk about like.
I mean,
let me throw this in this.
come on, you stupid thing! Stop doing that.
So what do you think right now? Like right now,
I have no idea.
I am cautiously optimistic. I feel like there's been a lot of stuff building in the last week that seems like semi-evidence that the polls have been underestimating Harris. On the other hand, I don't feel like I can trust my feelings on any of that stuff.
Here's my whole problem is that it's just, you know.
Yes.
It's just, you know, it's very, very, you know, the results are, you know,
yes.
It's just that the outcome of this it's very binary.
Yes, it is. Like if it really is as close as everyone thinks it might be, if it's not a blowout by one side or the other, then it's just going to be like a few votes on one side or the other makes a massive difference for the rest of our lives.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. And I guess that's it. So I just, I don't know.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. I'm just, I don't know. My emotions the whole day ran the gamut. I'm not gonna, you know, I was feeling, I said, I felt surprisingly not stressed, like I will say like a 2 in the afternoon. But
Okay.
as the hour that polls were to close started approaching, my level of anxiety grew exponentially.
Right.
And so you know, yeah,
no,
this is pretty much
I am
it.
using all of this right now.
And so that's, you know.
You need your phone located? I'll locate your phone. Hi. Yeah. I mean, and
I will say that I there is a surprise. I mean, you know, we were talking about that Trump was ahead in Florida by
it's beeping.
By a lot. And right now it's 51-48 in Florida in the first returns that are in.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't.
I'm just saying,
first returns. You know?
I know, and first returns are first returns. You can't really, you know, but well, I'm not saying, you know, Trump is winning Florida. I'm just saying. I mean, I think, yeah, I don't know. Who the fuck knows? Why the fuck am I mean, this is just. I hate this.
Yeah,
I'm just. I this whole thing has just been, you know, just so fucking draining to get to this point. I you know. Look, I'm really probably channeling the anxiety of millions right now at this moment, where it's just fuck. I mean, what is going to be the outcome? You know, what the fuck is going to be the outcome?
And look, the vibes for Harris in the last week have been good, but you know, you can't trust vibes.
No.
You know? That's the thing. I mean, the story of the last week has been that the Harris folks, like 2 weeks ago, the Harris folks were all sort of depressed. Democrats were wetting their pants, as they say. Everyone was nervous. The poll numbers were bad, blah, 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 blah. And then in the last week, vibe-wise, that reversed. And the Harris people got all excited, and the Trump people started getting
but vibes don't win. You know,
but
I mean,
vibes don't win.
Vibes don't win. You know, votes win. So I don't know, man. You know, it's...
And people are trying to read tea leaves into the early vote numbers, the attendance,
and that's never been a good indicator of anything. You know, I mean, it's you know, so we sit here and we, you know, we're here a little bit earlier than we thought because we're idiots.
Yeah, I mean, well, I am an idiot. I had it fixed in my head. Fixed in my head. The week we changed time was next weekend. I don't know why I had that stuck in my head, because I knew they moved it, because it used to be the last, it used to be earlier, and they moved it later.
Used to be earlier.
But they didn't move it as far as I thought they moved it, and I was just like confused. And so I said the time wrong on last week's Curmudgeon Score. I said the 0 UTC correct, but I converted it into Eastern.
Yeah, we converted it to Eastern time incorrectly.
I said 5 p.m. where it's really, well, 5 p.m. Pacific, where it's really 4 p.m. Pacific. And, you know, that translates accordingly to whatever 3 hours later is on the East Coast.
I'm going to have a fucking ulcer. I think I'm going to have a fucking ulcer. I really, I'm just...
By the way, people on the live stream, feel free to introduce yourself in the comments.
Oh, shit. Right. That. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I have to go on I have to open that link as well.
Was one of them so that you can view our own? Oh, so
yes.
You can see the chat.
No, so you can see the chat.
Right. Yeah.
There we go.
So, you know, look, this is a live stream of us reacting to results as they happen. So there's going to be a lot of like nothing. And actually, like I'm figuring, like I've got my 4 up screen of like the 4 news channels on my phone, like in front of me. Like I've got 4 screens of computer, but YouTube TV on the computer doesn't do the 4 up. So I've got the 4 up on my phone. That's correct.
Yeah, it is so weird. Their choices on that are just
know.
I mean, they're most baffling fucking choices.
But here's the thing: is I have the volume way down, so like I'm not actually hearing if they say something important. You know, so. Oh, hey, Bruce is on. Hi,
yeah, Bruce and Bob.
Bruce and Bob. Hi, both of you. Yeah, go Oliver. Yeah, right, Bruce.
I think he got some votes somewhere. I saw.
I'm sure. I predict he will be the worst performing libertarian in 20 years.
Wow. So. Well, I did see some. I can't remember where I was. Which state I was looking at, but they were showing whatchamacallit, Stein had gotten some votes somewhere. Let me see. I think it was in Kentucky.
I'm sure she's getting votes.
I mean, no, but it wasn't. No, it wasn't Stein. No, it was actually RFK Jr. Yeah. And I'm like, you know, he got like 20 votes or something, and I'm just like, you know. I don't know. I hate this thing. I hate the fucking thing.
Hi, I am Cuckoo 2. I am Cuckoo 2 wants to know, are Orlando's numbers really better for Trump? This is Richard.
Yeah, Richard. As far as I went in, I said the answer is no. I'm looking at it right now, but here's a problem. Look, you can't look too much into these numbers. They don't consider mail-in ballots yet.
I thought the mail-in was the first ones. That is that in Florida? Are they last? In some
They
states,
they
they do the
add
mail-in
they add
first,
them
and some it's later.
they add them last. So and every precinct has to report numbers tonight still. I mean, I'm looking at it like right now, and it's saying Orange County is 58-41. So I don't recall off the top of my head what that number was the last time. I don't have it here, but certainly that's you know, so that's no, that they add those at the end. So no, there's a lot of the tabulation. The tabulation at the Florida polls, in large part, is electronic. I mean, they calculate and scan everything with these machines, and so they yeah. So no, because you could deposit like mail-in ballots. If I remember, just up until today.
Right.
So yeah. So I don't think that's got that in there. But I like what we were just mentioning. You shouldn't read much into these first early numbers yet. Even though you've got a lot of like returns already in. So I don't know. But I will say that I don't know. I don't know. You know, but look, getting Florida was I mean, anybody, you know, in this election cycle, the way things had been going, I mean, this couple of cycles is always a stretch. I mean, there's nothing. There's no polls that really indicated that Florida was. I mean, that Harris had. I mean, we were counting on error, but Florida polls were not great. So, so I don't know. Do I seem happy?
I'm not sure. You seem stressed, which is understandable. Like you said earlier, I think everybody in the country was, yeah, like regardless of which side you're on, you're probably stressed about this. Like, what's going to happen where? Like, well, I don't know. It's like if you've bought into the idea on either side that, oh, we got this, then maybe you're feeling good right now. And maybe as the night progresses, you'll feel less so. Maybe we'll feel less so. Yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna look at since we looked at the answer. What was the result in Orange County showed 61-38 the last time. And so let's see. What does it say now? Why did this thing move on me? Right now, it is showing, from what's been reported, Orange County 58-41. So it's close, but it's only 60% of the vote in Osceola County, 51-48, which is just south. That one actually right now does look better, but again, this is a problem where you've still got so much of the vote outstanding that it's no, I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. And one of the things about anything that happened late in the election with Florida specifically, which made it very difficult for Florida, is that if you weren't registered 30 days before the election, anything that happened late wasn't, you couldn't go and register late. That just wasn't a possibility. So that was something that was definitely not a possibility. So
yeah. I finished my little spreadsheet. I probably should have done it in Google Sheets so I could share it, but I did it in Excel because I'm dumb. And so just as the starting point, like what I've done is taken basically only the ones that were classified as weak in my averages, the ones under 5%, which in the end, it varied over the course of the time, but in the end ended up being exactly the 7 states that everybody is talking about. Everything else sorted it out to the sides. But that leaves us at, because the only states called right now are completely unsurprising states: Vermont, Indiana, and Kentucky, none of which anybody thought was in contention. So we still have the range of possibilities, depending on how these 7 states go right now, are from Harris by 100 to Trump by 86. So
we've got to narrow down.
Yeah, and like, that won't narrow down until one of those 7 states gets called, which may be a while yet. But in the meantime, I think what we're looking for is from the other states that aren't one of the core 7, can we gather hints of what's happening based on, are there states, whether it's a red or blue state, is it redder or bluer than expected, in terms of what's happening? Now, the problem is with those kinds of stuff, like, okay, Indiana has been called. That doesn't mean we can look at Indiana and get any sense of, is it redder or bluer than we thought it was going to be?
Correct.
Because it's just, they can call it early because
they don't
blowout.
Right, but they don't expect, that whatever the end result is going to be, even if it's narrower, is going to matter.
Right. Like for the call, like my estimate has Indiana at 14.4% in my average right now. But all they are saying when they declare it done is it's definitely going to be Trump. Like, they're not going to say, like, no, they're not going to be like, oh yeah, Indiana is, it's coming in at 18% instead of 14%. So Trump's doing really well, or the other way around. I mean, maybe we can dig into some of those numbers, but the thing is, those numbers are going to be slow to come in too. Like, it's easy to tell if a majorly red state is going to stay red or stay blue. Like, the things that might give some hints are, like, if they don't call states like Ohio fairly quickly. Like, Ohio is, it's not like Wyoming. It's red, but not that red. And so, but they still should be able to, if Ohio, like my average has Ohio at 7.8. If Ohio is anything like 7.8, they should be able to call it really quickly after Ohio closes.
Well,
if it takes them a while, then
Bruce is asking a question about, and I think you were just mentioning it, that
it's too soon.
I mean, do we know it's too soon to tell whether they are tracking close to the polls yet? What the information that they have provided is not enough to say. Because we just know they just know they're going to win. I mean, if you look at Indiana, which is called for Trump, only 15% of the vote is in.
Right.
I mean, it's just, but they don't expect.
Is it,
Right. So it's just not. We just can't tell yet. I mean, what it means. So, no, I mean, we just really can't tell what it means. So,
so what's your favorite site this time around to track these numbers as they come in? New York Times?
Well, I have 3 of them up right now.
Okay.
So I've got I got on one screen here, I got Decision Desk HQ.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I've got the New York Times to the right. and I've got the Washington Post over here. I have Bloomberg up on one screen, but they pretty much feed off, I'm pretty sure, off Decision Desk. Okay. So it's just more for the video news of what's going on. So basically, those are the ones that I'm pretty much looking at right now. But I don't know. I just feel sick.
Yes. Let's see. Has Decision Desk called more? They've got Trump at 28 already instead of 17. So are they calling?
I see 28. South Carolina.
South Carolina. Let me move South Carolina into the column. Another non-surprise.
Right. Yeah, they called South Carolina. Yeah.
Decision Desk HQ, by the way, usually calls things faster than almost anybody else. Not always, but a lot of the times. But they haven't gotten them wrong, but they're more aggressive about calling things relatively quickly.
Yeah. My witty repartee today is fantastic. Let's see. I mean, right now, Georgia counting is, Florida counting is going pretty quickly. They're at 64%, but I know that there's a lot of votes that come in late from some of the bigger counties. That's just been historically the case. So that's just, but we just don't, but it's, like, see, or some of the bigger counties, like Orange County has 60% of the votes in. Palm Beach County has 74% of the vote in, like right now. Broward has 72%. Miami has 77%. So I mean, it's 64% of the vote in Florida right now. So, but I mean, it's 53-46 to Trump. I mean, that's kind of like in line with a lot of the polls. So it's not. Yeah. No puedo ahora. No puedo.
Does New York Times have a needle this time?
No, they did not. Part of it had to do with
it failed utterly the last couple of times.
Well, no, they were talking about part of it that they had been working on setting it up, but the Tech Guild strike that they had impacted them in setting it up, and they said that they were going to try to see if they could do it, but that they maybe not. It seemed like it that might not be the case. So as far as I checked multiple times, and it's they don't seem to be gearing up for the needle.
Right.
So
we have a few polls closing in just a few seconds.
So we got 7:30. We got the time coming in right now.
Oh yeah, I had a nice little page somewhere with like all of the closing times.
I had it up somewhere and I forgot where the hell I put it.
I'm finding it. Here it is. I'll share it in the chat for everybody. I just have to, of course, there we go. Play. You know, I hate how they go, we can now project that the race in North Carolina is too close
to call. Thank you so much. It's why I don't
or worse when it's just they can project it's too early to call. Like, that's not a projection. Just say you can't project North Carolina yet.
Yeah, that would be nice. 7:30 p.m. poll closings. 4 states. It's North Carolina. Who else? Look at the map. North Carolina.
So Bruce mentions initial CNN exit poll: Georgia independent voters favor Trump over Harris.
Yeah, we'll see.
My take of just
exit
looking
polls have been terrible like the last few years. So it's been one of those where, I mean, I'm not saying that they may be wrong like right now, but it's just never. I mean, it's just not been a good indicator.
Well, yeah, and just poll average wise, and I put this in my latest blog post on electiongraphs.com that I posted like less than an hour ago. But like, if you look at the trends in each state rather than looking at just the final average, just to see where it's been hovering, I would still give Georgia to Trump. Like, if there is not a systematic polling error, like if there's a systematic polling error that it's everything's underestimating Harris or even everything's underestimating Trump, like it looks like Georgia was just averaging a very narrow Trump lead consistently for the last couple months.
Yeah.
So the only way Harris wins Georgia is if there's a systematic error and the polling was just missing some Harris voting. Like the close ones, the ones that in the end, like if you look at those trends, the 3 blue wall states all really look too close to call. Unless there's a
okay, we got another state called. It's a shocker. I know.
Okay, I'm ready to log it.
Trump wins West Virginia.
Oh my goodness. I never, ever, ever would have guessed that.
Yeah. Stunning.
So we have still not changed the overall picture. Like, every call is an expected call, and that's probably going to be like the first couple hours of this is every call is an expected call. Like, because anything that's at all surprising, even if the initial things look like that, they're going to hold off until they're really, really sure. You know, like if there are indications that, wait a second, Iowa really is going to be blue, like the Seltzer poll said, they're not going to actually call it the first time it looks like it might be blue.
Well, and another non-surprising call, they're calling that the Senate, the West Virginia Democratic Senate seat is going to, the Republican, whatever his name is.
Yeah, no one was surprised by that. I mean, as we've said for years on the show, like, the fact that Manchin held that seat as long as he did was somewhat of a miracle.
Yeah. 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 So those are the only ones. Let's see any returns on North Carolina. I don't see any numbers feeding into anybody here yet. North Carolina. No. One thing about Georgia and
Jim Justice in West Virginia was his name.
Yeah, whatever fucking name is. Jerk off, whatever the fuck. One of the things that many were concerned, and polls had shown this before, is about it, and it really, talks about what the demographic change that's happened in Florida, especially with many new arrivals into Miami, is that right now Trump is winning Miami. 55-44. Now, Palm Beach County, where I live, he's losing. And he's losing Broward County, which is in the middle, like by a wide margin, 60-40. But that had been, data had shown that he had the possibility of capturing Miami-Dade. And right now, with 80% of the vote in, it's showing he's up 55-44. Like Broward County is the polar opposite, which is like 60-39 the other way. And where I live is like 52-47 right now, based on the polling that's been reported.
So Harris is leading North Carolina at the moment with 2% in.
Oh well, yeah, well, doesn't mean anything.
No, it doesn't mean anything yet. Because, and I mean, I'm sure if I was actually listening to the talking heads on the various channels, like I see Steve Kornacki on MSNBC, and what's his name? King? Was it King on CNN? I forget. But they're going through their maps and pointing county by county and like where are the returns in and when they aren't, and they would be telling you a little bit about like, are the places that are in so far, is this what we're expecting to see from those places, or is it a surprise? But I've got the volume down pretty low, so I can't actually tell what they're saying.
Well, I mean, you're asking about that. I'm looking at like Wake County, which is Raleigh. I mean, it's 70-30 Harris, like right now, lead.
Well, right. But are all the places that are returning votes so far in North Carolina the cities, basically?
Yeah. Basically, if you look at the map, the places that you've got is really Raleigh, and the biggest one that's returned is Raleigh, and a whole bunch of actually other small places. Actually, a lot of other small places, and they're all showing blue. And these are a lot of smaller areas. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, like Watauga County, pretty small county, right now, 4%, only 4%, but 60-40 to Harris. So yeah, you've got that going on. No, Virginia with 8% of the vote in, Harris is ahead 65-32%. I mean, but yeah, I mean, Virginia is one that Harris is expected to take. So,
oh, there we go. I was wondering why my electoral vote count of what was called was off by 1, and it was because I eyeballed wrong, and instead of moving South Carolina to the called category, I moved Missouri. Let me fix that.
Okay, well that would, yeah.
Now everything's good. Not that either one of those would have been surprising states in any way, but
oh man.
So let me look at that poll closing times. When is the first that we actually think is gonna? I mean, well, Florida, but like when's the first real swing state? It's. I mean, North Carolina is the first one that's a swing state that's open, and obviously they're starting to trickle in results.
Well, 7:30 North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia.
Yeah,
it's early 8 o'clock. It's the 8 o'clock hour.
8 p.m. we get Pennsylvania and Michigan, and those will be big. But those are also ones where you get like these weird effects of like in Pennsylvania, like they couldn't start counting the mail-in ballots until polls close. So they haven't even started that. So like some other states, like as soon as polls close, they dump the results for all the mail-in ballots. Pennsylvania can't do that. Pennsylvania starts counting at that point. Oh crap! I moved to the wrong window here. There we go. Okay, Bob says ABC says Harris isn't doing as well in Florida as Biden did, at least so far. So, I got a thing on Twitter. Trump is not Twitter on Mastodon. Trump is underperforming in Georgia. A red county, Trump down versus a blue county, Harris up. Recall, Trump lost Georgia in 2020, so he has to improve his numbers. Otherwise, he loses again. And they're like passing along some, looks like some maps from MSNBC.
Okay.
So we'll see.
I mean,
actual count wise, though, Trump is still ahead in Georgia.
Yeah, but if you look at where it is being reported, Georgia, it's mostly very rural areas, like right now.
The opposite of what you were saying in North Carolina, where the cities are reporting first.
Yeah, you had like Raleigh reporting first. Yeah, so that was like the thing. I mean, the biggest one was like around Raleigh, where you had that first, so that's what that impacted. But yeah, Georgia's totally the opposite at this point. Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing is that as I'm looking at these, yeah, I mean, I don't know, Florida, not looking. Yeah, forget about Florida. Florida's, I would right now just don't even bother. Just put in the Trump column. I would at this point.
Yeah, 75% of votes in, 54-45 right now.
Yeah, it's not happening.
That's like a bigger that like just in terms of whether it's how it's.
It is around the same as the last. It's looking pretty close.
But I'm just saying the poll averages were just over 5% right now. So if it's a 10% margin, he's doing better than the polling said.
Correct. Yeah. See where I still have.
Oh, that's nice. Some county in Georgia has gotten 7 bomb threats in the last hour.
That's nice.
At the vote, the voting office or whatever.
Always lovely.
They are extending, in the places affected by bomb threats, they're giving them more time to vote.
Well, yeah. Well, Ohio, with 4% of the vote in, it's not surprising right now. Trump's ahead. So, it's almost a surprise, I guess.
I'm playing around with the interfaces for New York Times, Washington Post, and Decision Desk. I don't like the Washington Post one.
Yeah, it's not great.
Just the UI on it kind of sucks. And,
so far, the one that I've used that has the best UI is New York Times.
Yeah, I would agree with that. DDHQ does have a president win chance percentage that's updating live. They have Trump at 64.3% right now. Hey, which is really close to where I had him. My final average 63.6%, or not average. That was from my uniform states model. Was that? So. Let's see, does New York Times have anything like that? No, that's what their needle would have been, but they don't have.
Right, but they no needle. Well, we really got 15 minutes before really we get an important data dump of anything that is going to be consequential right now at this point.
Where's the... How do we get to the main stupid election page? I'm just on the home page of the New York Times right now, and they've got all the key information.
No, there is a link. If you go to election, I clicked on president.
Clicked on president. Okay, there we go. Ah, yes. Same thing, but bigger. Nice.
Yeah.
And let's see. Yeah, Florida's looking like a decisive win for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So the one thing we can say about Florida is the fact that Florida is not looking like it's where its polls are is that we're probably not talking the scenario where there's a blowout. I think we're looking more like it's going to be a nail biter after all.
Oh yeah.
I
think one thing about
unless it's the Trump blowout, the Trump blowout could still be indicated by this.
Well, here's one thing. It also, I will say, the Harris campaign never actively campaigned here. They did not.
It was like one visit. Not like they came once.
I mean, and I have to say that, yeah.
They did a little bit of They did a little bit of advertising, but it was aimed at Donald Trump personally. It was like it was on shows they knew he was watching, meant to irritate him. It wasn't actually selling to the state.
Point is that obviously their internals told them that there was no point in doing it, and you know they had. I mean, I have not even been. I've heard of so many people canvassing and working and doing stuff or whatever. And in other cycles, I have been approached to do that. I was never even approached in this cycle. And I know I'm in their database to do that. So that indicated to me that they pretty much, knew that this was, whatever the result was going to be, it was going to be bad. And I did not see them really make any effort whatsoever.
Well, I heard someone on TV earlier today, once again, it was somebody who used to work for Howard Dean and lamenting, as we often do, the death of the 50-state strategy during the early Obama administration. It's like such a lost opportunity that, I mean, and I realize it costs money, but like you kind of gotta play everywhere. It's not just for the short term, it's for building up the long term. And if you completely abandon entire areas of the country and basically just say, well, we're not going to win there this year, so we're not going to do anything, then you make it worse over time.
The future is worse, and that's what they've been doing in Florida. That's just a reality. I mean, there was no canvassing. I mean, there's just no nothing. There was just no activity. Nothing was done. So, I'm not surprised. Even with messaging that may have turned positive for certain things, it's just there was nothing to turn that into votes,
right?
Really. Yeah. I mean, so we're now 7:49 Eastern.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. 10 more minutes.
49, not 59.
49.
Got me excited for a second.
49, not 59. 49. So,
I keep looking at the numbers in the states that are open, but they're like North Carolina's dribbling in. It's only at 2%.
2%.
You can't say anything about that.
Georgia's at 14%.
Virginia's coming out as a healthy Harris by 10, which like the poll average there was Harris by 6.
5.
So we have like, on the one hand, Trump overperforming by like 5% in Florida
and
Harris overperforming
but in Virginia.
5% in Virginia. So no overall like trend yet.
Right.
And maybe there won't be. Each state could go its own way.
Well, that's one of the things where I know that you had your uniform swing versus individual swing, and I have to say that seeing the dynamic difference that's happened between Georgia and Florida over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
It really shows me that, man, there is no uniform swing. It really. I mean, there is. Here's the thing.
So this is why, like, I always,
or 2 points.
I always usually say it's somewhere in between those two extremes.
Right.
But I think it's closer to uniform swing. And even though you have individual states go all over the place and wild, in general, like if the pollsters are systematically doing something wrong, the same pollsters play in all of the swing states.
But look what's happened between Georgia and Florida. They've gone. Listen, Georgia was predicted for Trump last time, and it went the other way. And Democrats have overperformed in Georgia, whereas it's been the opposite the last couple of election cycles in Florida.
Right.
It's just been they've been swinging. They've been swinging in polar opposite directions. And so, I mean, I do listen. There is a thing of like, hey, is there some uniform effect? Yes, there is, but I do think that the bigger effects right now that we're having in the polls are far more local, 80 to 90%, than any of the uniform swing that it does. There is some gravitational pull, like at the large extent, but man, there are certainly very big local dynamics that are in play in these states like right now, because I just don't see how these two states, in this region have moved in such polar opposite directions.
Well, if it makes you feel better, Yvonne, like my independent states odds for Harris as like uniform swing, I have it at 36.4%. Independent states is down at 13.5 because it makes it so that all it takes is one of the key blue, whatever it is, the blue belt, whatever Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the blue wall. All it takes is one of them going the other way, and you're done.
The blue belt.
And so if they all move in the same direction, then the chances of one of them going the wrong way, like if you only need one of the three, you basically have a 1 in 3 chance that one, or 2 in 3 chance that one of them goes the other way, and I'm not doing the math right, but it's easier for one of them to lose than for all three of them to go the wrong way. So,
it's like Arizona, take 10 to 13 days, Nevada, November 9th. Georgia says several days. I'm looking at when they could have final tallies for these states.
Right.
Depending on where they are. Florida, because also they've tightened it up pretty quickly, so they're getting everything in like right now pretty quick. They're at 80% right now reporting.
Florida's fast. Fast. Yeah. I imagine they'll call Florida pretty soon.
Yeah. Well, I already did.
I know you did, but I'm not. I'll wait for somebody official to call Florida.
Somebody official. I'll do these 2 calls. You can make a column of my calls. I'm calling Virginia right now for Harris.
There you go.
And I'll call Florida for Trump. There you go. All right. I'll do my 2 calls. And I'm going to call New Hampshire for Harris too. There you go. Here.
So DDHQ has, let's see, Harris is ahead in Ohio now with 11% reporting. That would be interesting if that happened.
Okay, that would be an earthquake.
I think we're still early because we've got
Here's the weird thing.
Columbus and Akron have reported, and then a bunch of rural areas. So
yeah.
So that's
no Cleveland though. No Cincinnati. Yep. No Dayton. So that still leaves a lot, unreported from the big areas. But here's the interesting thing. In Decision Desk, they have Harris up 55 to 44 on Decision Desk. Looking at New York Times, they have it Trump up. But they have only 8% of the vote reporting in New York Times, whereas we got about 11% in on decision desk. So they've gotten now Ohio is up to 10% in New York Times, just updated. Still Trump ahead there, but you know.
Yeah, and decision desk's version of the needle is swinging up. They're up to 65% Trump now.
Mm-hmm.
4 minutes till the next batch of states. See, the thing is, of course, the states you care about are all the close states that will take the longest to call.
Hey, Pennsylvania. What does it say here about the vote counting in Pennsylvania? Counting is not expected to extend beyond election night, primarily because election workers are not allowed to start processing mail ballots until election day. Oh, no. Counting is expected to extend beyond election night. So, yeah, so they're not going to finish tonight.
Oh, no.
Michigan says... it's also slow. Okay, all right.
By the way, we're
Wisconsin,
up to 5 people here. Thanks, everybody who's here. Feel free to introduce yourself in the chat. I see Pete has joined us. Yeah, he says, please repeat everything we said for the last hour, only funnier.
Oh, only funnier. I fucking hate this. We don't know shit yet. And I called Florida for Trump and Virginia for Harris and New Hampshire for Harris.
I also mentioned that both Florida and Virginia have wider margins than expected.
But in the opposite direction.
So Virginia is bluer than the polls indicated. Florida is redder than the polls indicated.
Right. Yeah, I mean, in decision desk right now, Harris is up 54.8 to 43% in Virginia. So, yeah.
Which, by the way, is, the same percentage as Ohio at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's 11% in.
Yeah. The problem with these 11% in and things like that is it matters which 11%. You know, and it also matters the balance of mail versus in person versus.
Fulton County has reported 767 votes. 700, not 767,000. I mean 767.
Right.
Where are we now? It's 7:58:45. So we'll get a batch of information.
And we'll probably get some quick calls on a few non-surprising states, and then a bunch of calls that say too soon to call on any state that matters.
Yeah. Bob is saying that he posted a link that is showing the moves. I don't see where you posted that link though, Bob. It's not on the Slack or where, like, I don't see it on the
I don't see it
on
either.
The chat.
Post it again. Post it again.
Yeah, post it again. Yeah.
Less than a minute till the next batch of states.
Oh, I also called. Oh no, that's officially called. Well, Trump won West Virginia. Surprise, surprise.
I just got an alert about the South Carolina call, but that was a long time ago, at least from DDHQ.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, but it's probably somebody else because I saw New York Times. Washington Post didn't have it called, but yeah. All right, it's 8:00. Officially in the East. What do we know? We know nothing. Oh, well, okay. Decision desk called Oklahoma, and Tennessee.
No, Missouri. Not.
No, I see Oklahoma and Tennessee for.
I'm looking at decision judges. I don't see.
I have it up here. What do you?
Okay, there we go. It's obviously got an auto refresh every few seconds, and you got an update before me.
Okay. And they call Maryland. Missouri. Maryland is for Harris.
Okay, big surprise there too.
Shocker.
Let me move all of these over. We got Maryland, we got Massachusetts, we got Rhode Island, all as expected. We got, as you said, Oklahoma, Missouri. We'd already moved Kentucky, in Indiana, already moved. Who did I miss? That's it. That's all the new ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, no, Mississippi and Alabama.
Oh, Mississippi and Alabama too. Yeah. Also shocking developments. But no additional data. Okay, I see some data trickling in Washington Post on on the New York Times on Pennsylvania. They've got 3% reporting Harris up 72-27 with 3%, but I don't see
3% means nothing.
I know. Where is it? It's Pittsburgh. Go, Pete. There you go. 72-27. You guys are knocking it out of the park. There you go. Connecticut and Massachusetts have been called for Harris.
Okay, I already got Massachusetts. I'll move Connecticut.
And Rhode Island.
I already got Rhode Island. Who called Connecticut?
I see it here in the New York Times. They got Connecticut.
Okay, I'm moving mine over if anybody calls them. Decision Desk doesn't have Connecticut yet. Yeah, just compare. And New York Times doesn't have Missouri yet, but 9% of the vote in Texas, and Harris is leading.
Yeah. It's all Dallas.
North Carolina's up to 6%. Harris still ahead. All still cities, I presume. Even though
Jesus, Harris. With 20% in Ohio the lead is big.
Still leading. Yeah. Well, 26% according to New York Times, and Harris is still ahead by 10%.
Yeah, it's a large number of votes. It's not, it's 140,000 votes.
Is it still all cities though? Let's click.
There's some rural areas reporting too, but the cities are where most of the people are.
Yeah.
But that's where most of the people are. So how much was the total? You gotta. It's a lot of ground to make up, is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but what we need to know is for all those counties, how does it compare to what is expected in each county? And I don't know that we have that yet.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna listen to this for a second. Yeah, this time maybe Texas for Democrats, Pete says.
I'm not holding my breath, Pete.
No, he was saying my entire life, this is what I've heard, is what he said.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, within our lifetimes, Texas did have blue people. Like
blue people? The Blue Man Group?
Well, it was only the 80s that still had
That's right. They had a Democratic governor.
Yeah. And senators and such.
And senators. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Oh, they called Florida.
No, well, gee.
Yeah, I know you'd already called Florida. Oh, let me do that. Okay. Anything else called over here? I think yeah. Well, I'm not. I just don't like the Washington Post interface. Every time I click it, I'm like, I don't like this.
No, it's terrible. It's really terrible. It's really bad. I have it up, but I'm just looking at what they update, but I'm barely using it. I'm really more toggling between
New York Times and DDHQ.
Yeah.
For anybody else following along, I'll put the links in the chat to both DDHQ's page and the New York Times page if you haven't found them yourself, just so we can do that. Where's my mouse? Of course, every once in a while I should flip over to Senate and stuff, but
fuck the Senate right
now. Oh, Rick Scott wins. Speaking of Senate.
Yeah. Well, Michigan has some votes in. I see 2% in New York Times. See what it says. Harris way up.
But 2%. 2%, and it's all.
It doesn't actually show where. Oh, near Detroit. Well, Detroit suburb. Yeah, but not Detroit itself, but Detroit suburb.
This Ohio one is really intriguing.
I know.
Like that one would be a surprise.
That one would be a shocker. Yes, absolutely. And
I mean, only 30% in, but it's that lead's hanging on so far. But
yeah, I mean, because North Carolina, Harris is up, but it's only 7% reporting, so that's not that much. But Ohio is they've got 30. They got a third of the vote in, and it's a substantial lead. It's 140,000 lead. Vote lead. It's not a small lead. So
and if Ohio goes, that's an indication of Michigan and Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. This is one of those where
it's just too. Yeah, no, I get it.
And most of it's from the
I know.
Donald Trump has taken the lead in Texas with 17% in.
Yeah, jeez. Okay, Pete, there you go. There goes your. Yeah, no more leading in Texas.
I think what everybody's looking for Texas is Ted
Well,
Cruz.
It's 50-49, by the way. Only.
Yeah, I know. It's still close, but
yeah. How counties are shifting. There you go. So Bob just shared that map. So let's see. I got that up now. Over here, another screen. So, okay, this is a good thing. So Florida is showing that it went redder, which that was like the information that we saw. But dude, this thing is showing Ohio is going way bluer.
Yeah.
Big time bluer. Yeah.
That would be huge.
Yeah, and it's showing big time bluer in Ohio. Holy shit.
And that's 17 electoral votes. That's almost as big as Pennsylvania.
And in Georgia, it's also showing that where Biden won is also bluer as well. But the Ohio number is the one that's really interesting. We're showing that it is significantly bluer. Shit. Oh, God. Don't fuck fuck with me. Just don't play with me, numbers, man. Don't fuck with me. Don't play this game. Come on. Well, at least that map from the Washington Post is better than
yes.
the other one.
I like that one. Their main
that
one
is
sucks.
good. Yeah, their main one is terrible, but this is good. Yeah, this one is definitely very good. But damn. Virginia, 31%. Let's see. Oh, come on, map.
Let's see what you got. 1% in Kansas. Trump's ahead.
Oh, well. Well, the margin in Virginia has gotten tighter. It's now about 51-47, so that's about 4 points. So that's
which is about what was expected.
Yeah. That margin's gotten
my let's see, what was my Virginia average? 6.1. Harris by 6.1.
Now the interesting thing is that the map that they produced for in here, it's not showing North Carolina swings yet, but actually there are some that are showing that it's definitely some of the votes that are coming in. Well, it's no, but the ones that are showing up is showing that North Carolina definitely bluer in the places that votes have been coming in than before.
Well, bottom left-hand corner of North Carolina, look, there's some red arrows there.
Yeah, but if you look at the top, like around where Raleigh, where the big population center is, it's got a blue arrow there the other way. So, but it's just very little data. Ohio, they've got a lot more data, and they're showing it's that map is like it's the polar opposite of Florida.
Right. I've got my 4UP news channels here on the phone, and none of the 4 have mentioned Ohio yet, as I can see. So I'm wondering why not. Because it does seem interesting.
I mean, I don't know. These fucking people, all they're talking about is bullshit all day. So I not even listening to what the fuck they're saying, for God's sakes. Hey, I don't know. There's like just a lot of dribble and gibberish.
Okay, they're talking about Michigan.
Well, the Michigan votes in, but that's 2%. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, no.
Pennsylvania is up to 5%. The margin is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, no. But no,
well,
no.
It's Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. It's Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
But dude, it's 76-23. Okay. Yes. All right. That's not, I mean, it's 76-23. It's not, that number is like beyond overwhelming.
Right. Yeah. Well. Yeah, the New York Times definitely has the best interface here for like clicking into states and seeing details. Blah, blah. Like DDHQ is sometimes faster with some of the information, but New York Times has the best interface.
Yeah, in order to dive into what's going on, yeah.
And
by the way, the DDHQ margin is the chance is like dropping like a rock all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, and they've colored in Ohio leaning blue. They haven't called it yet, but they've colored it in leaning blue. And like
they've got Pennsylvania leaning blue, and they've got Michigan Carolina leaning blue, and Virginia and North Carolina. That's right. That's
game over. That's game over if that's the case.
Holy fuck. It's a Christmas miracle.
Pennsylvania, Ohio, and North Carolina.
Listen, if that's true, I'm going to cry. I mean, I'm serious. You're going to have me crying here.
I'll take losing Georgia if you get North Carolina and Ohio. Like, no, Ohio wasn't on anybody's radar.
No. I mean,
there were a couple of points. Let me look at my Ohio graph for a second. There were a couple of polls showing it close, but they were outliers.
right.
There was a Miami University poll in Ohio that actually just came out a few days ago, but was in the field like the last week of it was in the field October 28th to October 30th that had Trump only ahead by 3%. But also in the last week, there were a whole bunch of other polls showing him up 6, up 7, up as high as 12, like in Ohio. So that Trump only up by 3 in Ohio was definitely an outlier. So I don't know if this is a situation. Ohio's down to 51-48 according to New York Times. Or
Yeah. No, I get that, but still,
so this may slip away. And like that would.
This, by the way, Decision Desk has it at 54-45 still. Okay, by the way, but they don't have as many votes.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's 1.6 million versus, let's see, what's the number?
So I think this is a blue mirage.
Wait, no. Wait, no.
They have more.
Yes. They're looking at 1.6 million votes in DDHQ. Versus New York Times only has
about 2.
Well, now they're up to 2 million. Okay.
And New York Times is 36% in.
Yeah. Nah.
Oh man, that was exciting to think about for a few seconds.
It's still
still in play. It's still closer than people thought, maybe, but
no. And the map. Listen, like I said, the map that we're looking at is still showing that Ohio is definitely bluer.
Right.
The map on the Washington Post is showing that is still the case. That has not changed. And the change in Georgia, the changes look slight. You know how they show the arrows where there is some slight red movement, but there's also blue movement in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at where the blue movement is, it's in areas of larger population. So that one is, still 3-point lead. Son of a bitch. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, North Carolina's still 4-point lead, but 9% in. But I'm not sure where.
Pete says Ohio always does this. The cities report first, and then in 98% rural counties overwhelm them.
No, but the one thing is, Pete, the thing is that the Washington Post map is showing that there is a substantial swing towards blue votes in everywhere, across Ohio.
Which doesn't mean Harris will win, but it looks like it's going to be closer than it was
correct
4 years ago.
Right. But basically all the arrows are blue. I mean, every single one. And the shifts are, here's the one thing. It's not just the shift. The shifts that they're showing are large. I don't know if you're looking at, the size of the arrow determines the size of the shift. And if you look at it, there's a lot of very large arrows in that Ohio map. They're not small.
New York Times calls Ohio likely R. They don't have the real needle, but they have like a little icon of the needle. They're calling Pennsylvania a toss-up, Michigan a toss-up, North Carolina a toss-up.
Yeah, I see.
Georgia a toss-up. That's not really helpful.
It's not very helpful in New York Times, and there's a reason apparently why you fucking shut this thing off. Let's see. What about North Carolina? Toss up. Yeah. They got North Carolina toss up. What time does Wisconsin close?
me check my map. Wisconsin, 9 p.m. Eastern. 9 p.m. Eastern.
Listen, I will say this though: the DDHQ percent chance is that it's swung substantially hard the other way.
Yeah, they are now at 61% Trump.
Yeah, but that's actually
down from 72.
lowest. Yeah, but it's down from like where it started. This is like the lowest it is since it started tracking. Is what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, their current projection is 276 electoral votes for Trump, 262 for Harris.
They started at around 61.60. They started around 60, and right now it's around the same number. It swung up, and then it pushed back down as these returns came in.
Oh,
what?
Pete says the needle just came back. There it is. The needle is there.
I'm gonna call New Jersey for. Oh yeah. There it is. Basically, And what does it show? Toss up
with a slight lean towards Trump.
Yeah, well,
which is what the polling said before we started tonight.
Correct. So basically, that is not new information.
Yeah. Now, of course, what everybody on the Harris side was all hyped about was, looks like the polls are all wrong and they're missing something.
Well, we don't know. We don't know that yet.
We still don't know. We still don't know.
We still don't know that yet. So. I mean, that's the one thing. None of that we will know tonight. Or the polls, right?
I think the one thing we're seeing now, unless we get a real huge surprise somewhere, is that it was close. It really is close.
It is really is close.
Like we'd said that there's a whole range of there's still a whole range of possibilities, but like that whole range could be determined by a whole bunch of states that really are close.
Right.
Like the problem is the electoral college magnifies things.
Did you create my column of called states? I called.
I did not create a column for you.
You're an asshole.
You can create your own damn spreadsheet.
You have the spreadsheet.
Hi, Manu.
Well, he can't hear you, but yeah, Manu. He said hi. Can you say hi?
I'm on headphones too.
Yeah. You want to say hi? Talk to the microphone.
Hi.
Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. There you go. Oh, Kansas is showing blue in one map, but yeah, the Lidl says very likely R, but it's showing. It's hilarious.
7% still close. Is it cities? Yep. Oh, much more data on the changing states thing, changing counties thing.
Okay.
Lots of Virginia redder than last time. Kentucky redder than last time. Florida redder. Yeah. Redder in Georgia so far.
Kansas is showing bluer. The arrows that have come up, way bluer.
DDHQ has Kansas leaning blue at the moment.
Yeah. But, yeah.
They still have Ohio leaning blue. Let's see. Needle.
Here's an interesting thing. We're talking about Ohio with 40% of the votes reported, right?
Yep.
Well, the reality is that even from the cities, they've only reported 40% of the votes from the cities. And that margin is overwhelming in the cities still. But they're reporting, it's not like it's 100% of Columbus or Hamilton County or Cuyahoga that's reported. It's Cuyahoga is 33% and Harris is up by 70 to 30. We got Franklin County is 70-30 as well, but only 40% of the votes. So there is still quite a lot of and Toledo, the same 40% of the votes, 63-36. So you've got, yeah, I mean that margin in Ohio has been shrinking, and right now it's like actually in the New York Times data, it's showing like right now Trump leading by 0.1%. But there's still a lot of votes also from it's not like they shot their load from the big counties and there are still not votes to be counted. That's
Right.
what it's looking at right now. So and actually I'm looking at the smaller counties. They've
Which
reported larger percentages.
Are you looking at Ohio still?
Yeah.
Donald Trump has taken the lead in Ohio now.
Yeah, by 0.1. Yeah.
That's why they didn't talk about Ohio yet. But it is closer.
It is close.
Oh,
it's way closer.
Florida abortion thing lost.
Wow.
Florida rejects proposal to include right to abortion in state's constitution.
Wow. I'm speechless about that one. I mean, if you won't even vote for that, then wow.
Toss up. Scanning all these states.
I mean, I figured that even if they voted for this orange clown in Florida, they would have. By the way, legalized marijuana has only 55% even as well. The abortion rights one, 57%. So yeah, no, they didn't. No, it's yeah. So they needed. The threshold is well over 60% in order for that to.
Trump's taken the lead in Virginia. 40% in. Still expected to go the other way. But if you look at that county swing map, Virginia's all heading red.
Yeah. Of course, it also depends on who's reporting right now.
Yep. DDHQ's Trump win odds are back up to 71%.
Yeah, I see that. Well, Harris has a healthy lead in Michigan right now with 5% of the vote in, and with 80% of the vote in Pennsylvania as well, but very early still.
Yeah, those are still tiny numbers.
Yeah. I mean, the needle has Virginia still lean D even with those votes, and North Carolina is still a toss-up.
I'm not feeling as good as I was an hour and a half ago.
Well,
next poll's closing in 5 seconds.
Who's closing now? Well, I didn't feel very good to be to start, so exactly. I didn't feel good at all the entire time. So.
What am I? I'm clearly 1 point off. What am I missing? Arkansas.
Well, Arkansas got called by DDHQ for Trump.
Yeah, I just added them. I am off by 1 electoral vote. What am I missing? Oh, okay, no, that's right. Florida 30. South Carolina.
Okay, I will call Illinois for, but you're not tracking language.
10. Why am I off by 1?
Every rural county that they are showing in Ohio. Look in the Washington Post map. It shows the shift by, and all the small counties are D up plus,
right,
a significant amount,
but probably not enough.
I mean, like D plus 9, D plus
Yep.
8, D plus 8. I mean,
what am I missing?
it's not insignificant. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
I can zoom into this.
Who do we have here? What else did they do? Delaware.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Like my total, I have the same states marked off as like these sites, but my total doesn't add up the same. And I've checked the votes in each state and they match. So I'm like, where did I get 101? It doesn't match the states they lit up. Whatever. Okay. Hey, to the folks watching on the live stream, I see there are 7 of you now. So if you haven't introduced yourself on the chat, feel free to jump in and say hi on the chat, or not. You can stay quiet if you want. It's fine. Oh, the needle says Harris is on track to win the popular vote, though.
Great. Thanks.
Trump has pulled ahead in North Carolina with 14% in. Still ahead in Virginia.
Oh, yeah, well, by 20 votes, Sam,
Yes.
in North Carolina. Yeah,
I know.
yeah,
I see it.
It's not. Yeah, by 20 votes.
Imagine if that was what the margin ended up as.
Oh,
You know, Donald Trump's
God.
lawsuits would go nuts.
Oh God.
Or Harris's if it went the other way.
Yeah.
A 20 vote margin, anybody would sue over.
Well, I think it's automatic recount.
Well, that depends on the state. I don't know about
the United States. I don't know what the North Carolina rules are either. Yeah. So here's the interesting thing, Sam. Decision desk and is receiving more vote totals for Ohio,
Mhm.
and you know they're
And
up
Harris
to
is ahead
35%, and Harris continues to be ahead in Ohio at 35%.
Well, but New York Times has 42% in. So.
Yeah, but my question is, of course, which percentage should they have? Because the thing is that they keep it's you know depending on where they're sourcing their data. The one thing is that the Ohio one in Decision Desk is consistently showed it the other way. So, but obviously, you know, it all depends on where you know the votes are that they're collecting or being reported from. I'm going to try to see if I can look at some of the big places.
Oh, DC, that's the one vote that I'm missing. They gave DC. DC has been called.
Yeah, well, oh my God, I'm so shocked, Sam. Yeah. Okay,
wait, no,
so
that's not what I was missing. But what I'm missing I'm missing
so
a red.
Let's see. For example, I'm looking at in the New York Times. Okay, so I'm just comparing. I haven't looked at both of the data. Franklin County, which is where Columbus is, they've got 40% of the vote in. Okay, in New York Times. In Decision Desk, they've only got 38% of the vote in. So that's the big difference between one or the other. However, here's the thing: I would add a lot more votes to. So I don't know. So that's the one thing. It's very interesting how they're getting their data because they're obviously sourcing it significantly differently at this point.
Jonathan wants to know when Trump is going to declare victory.
Tonight?
No, but what time?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
I'd say Bannon chastised him like last week for waiting till 2 a.m. to declare victory last time and said he should do it at 10 p.m. So I'm going to guess 10 p.m. Eastern.
250,000 votes over here. They've got. It's very interesting. They've got the same number of votes in Columbus, but they've got
Illinois. Illinois just called. You called that a while ago, but.
Oh, jeez. Well, North Carolina right now, it's a much bigger lead for in New York Times like right now that it was, and they've got it shaded leaning red on DDHQ right now.
Yep.
51-48. Virginia is a lot closer. Fuck.
Robinson lost in North Carolina though. Expected.
Robinson was a Republican?
The crazy governor. The crazy governor who like Nazi porn or whatever it was.
Oh, okay. All right. Well.
This is going to come back to the blue wall states again because it doesn't look good so far for the other potential pickups that Harris had.
No, not at all. No. Yeah, this is crazy, but you realize that right now Texas is close. I mean, which I guess makes sense given how much effort put into the states. I mean, Texas is closer than Florida Florida is a blowout
Right.
number.
Well, there wasn't a lot of effort put into Texas either, except, for Allred, but not necessarily for Harris.
Yeah, but geez, it's not even. I mean,
just checking Senate results. Cruz is ahead right now with 50% of the votes in.
By how much?
59.4 to 48.7.
Wait, 51.4 to 48%. No. You said 50.
49.4 to 48.7.
49.4 to 48.7. It's that fucking close?
Yeah.
With how much reported?
50%.
Holy shit. That's tight.
Needle is moving redder.
Not by much. I mean, it's like a negligible move. It's not. Say 43. What are the next states that close at 9 o'clock?
Let me check my map. You want 9 o'clock closings. Louisiana, Iowa, Wisconsin, New York, Minnesota, Nebraska, South Dakota, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona.
That's an interesting bunch. At 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Ohio is still super tight. I mean, given, I mean, what they're saying here in the data, which is that Columbus County still only reported, I don't care which source you look at, New York Times or so, only 4% of the votes. Cleveland only shows 33. And Cincinnati with only 37. I mean, Harris is winning all three. by 65 to 30, 35 margin, 70. I mean, almost like 70%, 70 to 30. I mean, if that's accurate, that's a big number of votes that have still not come in there in those. Whereas I'm looking at a lot of the smaller counties, their percentages of reported votes are a lot higher. They're north of 50%. Almost every small county that I've clicked on. I mean,
but there are a lot of them. They add up.
No, but Sam, it's not. It's.
I know what you're saying. I know
what I'm saying. It makes it very close. It doesn't. It makes it extremely close. Because, yeah, Sam. Yeah, there are a lot of them. Yeah, great. But you've got.
No, I mean the bottom line from that Washington Post chart is Trump lost a lot of ground in Ohio, no matter what. But the thing is, he had a lot of ground to lose.
The question is, hello.
Margin in Texas is up to 6% now.
What about Cruz?
More like expected. More like what? Oh,
Cruz.
Cruz. 2%.
Jeez, you really hate him.
The House map is slowly filling in too, but it'll be a long time till.
It'll be
I mean, some of the key purple
last time it took
but some of the key.
They're in California.
Ones, they're in California. California takes weeks. So
yeah,
and New York isn't all that speedy either.
Yeah. Oh.
Harris is still ahead in Kansas, 28% in.
Let me see what's reported in Kansas. Johnson County, Topeka, not Wichita. Hey, well, my wife is home from pull duty. What? Hey, where are you going? What happened? No, we won't. We're live. Well, you could say if you're tired. Yeah. Well, yeah, I can get a kiss. Is that allowed? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
What the hell? New York Times doesn't have the county breakdowns in Maine. I mean, not county. Congressional district breakdowns.
Oh.
And they matter in Maine and Nebraska. Does DDHQ have it? No. DDHQ has changed Ohio to leaning red.
Yeah, they did. Well, now they've got now their number. Yeah, they're reporting. They're at about the same reporting, 43, 45%.
And we're at 65% in Georgia now, and 5% margin. I think. Let's see, unless
Tell you
all
what,
the listen
Kansas
votes.
Kansas is showing extremely. I mean, Oklahoma actually. I'm looking at Oklahoma and I'm looking at Kansas. Both of them are showing extreme moves to blue, but I think
but they're so red it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Wow.
Well,
not enough that they've
we
called
shouldn't
Kansas.
say that. Like that whole thing we were talking about earlier about the 50 states strategy. It should not be ignored, even if they don't flip blue. If Ohio and Kansas and Oklahoma are bluer than they were 4 years ago, that's something to pay attention.
Well, that helps
to.
at the House.
Well, maybe not. Yeah,
I mean, when you invest enough time over time, it does.
Over time,
not in one cycle, but it's just the problem is that you can't just not invest in it and just leave it. Yeah, I mean, they did call Oklahoma for him.
MSNBC is saying what we were talking about like an hour ago, that it does look like the public polling that said things are close was roughly right. Like the idea that it could be off in one direction, and either Donald Trump or Harris could actually end up with a blowout tonight.
Oh, so basically, the adjustment that they did made it be closer to accurate.
It looks that way.
It's looking that way
now,
so far.
Even still, like if we've got a bunch of close states, the electoral college margin could still be big on either side.
Correct.
Because, a 0.01% difference in a close state moves the entire set of electoral votes from one side to the other.
I hear you.
But it looks like this is going to potentially come down to several really close states. Now, we're already unless something changes dramatically and soon, it looks like North Carolina and Georgia are not going to be two of those close states. It could well be unless we see like a surprise in Arizona or something, and recent polling, and if it looks like polling has been accurate, Arizona was getting red over the last couple of weeks. But unless we have a surprise from out there somewhere, Arizona, Nevada, whatever, it's the blue wall states again. It's Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are the ones that it's all going to come down to here. I had Michigan and Wisconsin slightly bluer than Pennsylvania, so if they come through, it'll all be Pennsylvania. So we'll see. But of course, at this point, any one of those three could still go red too. They could all go red. Donald Trump could still sweep all the close states. That's still very possible right now. Oh, New York Times has a shift page too. New York Times has a shift from 2020 page as well.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Except I lost it. I hit.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah. Now, they only have, they're missing a bunch of states that Washington Post has for that. Margin by county, live forecast. Interesting pages. Yeah, okay.
Well, this page was a good thing. So Wisconsin closed at 9, Iowa at 9, Minnesota at 9. Okay, yeah, this shows that.
Pennsylvania is so misleading. It's all the population
No,
center.
I know.
It's Pittsburgh and Philly. It's Pittsburgh and Philly, and the suburbs thereof.
Yeah.
Oh, did I already have New Jersey? New Jersey has been called. Did I? No.
Yeah, New Jersey has been called. It is, but not a lot of their votes. Only like, for example, Philadelphia is only like 16% of the vote, 13% of the vote.
No.
It's still a small percentage of the
of the ones
of the
where
total vote.
Of the ones where the expected margin was under 10%, the only one called yet is Florida, and it went in the direction it was expected to go, but by more than it was expected to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
By a decent amount. If Florida is an indication of anywhere else, but again, Ohio's going the opposite direction.
Right. Ohio's going to totally opposite direction. So that's
and Virginia
as well.
Well, Virginia is going in the red direction. Virginia is much closer. I mean, Trump's in the lead in Virginia right now. So now they still have it as lead D on New York Times.
Yeah, yeah. And so it must be.
Well,
it's just,
and wait,
usually that. Yeah.
Wait. DDHQ has called Virginia for Harris, though.
Okay. So.
Wait. Like, I respect DDHQ for their early calls. They look at the trends early, but they called it for Harris while she was behind.
No, I think it's because of where
it's because of where it is,
where the remaining votes are to come.
I know, but it's just like it just seems incongruous.
Well, actually, by the way, in New York Times right now,
I'm gonna move it.
Oh, no, she's still behind. She's still behind. But yeah, she's still behind. Yeah.
Okay, so Virginia is the second state that's been called that had a margin under 10. Although, yeah, like I said, DDHQ feels early on this one, but DDHQ is usually pretty. DDHQ is very good, very good. So, I wish Pennsylvania and Michigan would report faster, but I know they're both going to be reporting for days, probably. So,
Yeah, and the Ohio margin is definitely moving the other way. The one thing is that I saw this in the last election, where Ohio is very confusing in the way that I've seen how they report percentage of votes that are yet to be counted. Mm-hmm. Okay, where I the last couple of times I've seen these where it says that but there's a lot of votes leaving in the cities for whatever reason. What I recall is that it didn't materialize in that way, which is why I think that the New York Times is showing it as likely are right now, period, because of that information.
Tennessee called too. Another non-surprise.
Another non-surprise. I see. Did you put down Kentucky? Because I see Kentucky in here.
Yeah, it was one of the very first ones called.
I see Missouri also called.
Yep, got that. It was also a while ago. Oh, I get it. The DDHQ's number bars on the top, the 128 versus 67, include all the leaning states, not just the called states.
Okay.
There should be two colors there. Oh, Michigan is leaning blue.
Yeah.
Not called yet, like by DDHQ. They just changed.
No, but but it's leaning blue. Yeah. 15%
and 9%. Come on. It's all going to come down to these 3 fucking Midwest states, and they're going to be like, we're going to be waiting days. Which, by the way, everything so far is lining up with like the poll averages as they were, without
There's no,
without...
we're not having the one thing is we're not having I mean,
we're not having the
we're not
situation.
surprised. Yeah,
we're not having the situation where, oh my God, the polls were missing XYZ, and really it's 5% bluer or 5% redder than what.
Except in Florida.
Except in Florida. Except in Florida.
Well,
and Virginia. Virginia is about 5% redder than it was looking to.
Well, not with the final tally at this point. It's like, obviously, I mean, the fact that the DDHQ called it is because they believe that that's going to wind back up again. So
yeah, but we don't know by how much. But yeah,
we don't know by how much. But yeah. All right, so
Nebraska, too early to call. They're making some calls now. We just passed 9 o'clock.
Well, Nebraska over here says it's called.
Colorado, too early.
No, Nebraska over here says called.
Okay, I was doing MSNBC.
Both New York Times and whatever have Nebraska, South Dakota.
But they're not splitting Nebraska. Oh my God! Like, is Nebraska too going to go blue like everyone expects or not? It needs to be separated out.
They have 2 electoral. How much? Well,
it's got 4. It's got Nebraska has 5. So 2 are for the statewide number, and then 1 for each.
Okay, all right. So they've got one that is 2 of them are
Okay, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. We got all kinds of states happening. Let's see, Wyoming. And let's do the North and South Dakota. Nebraska, all moving that over.
Look, the one interesting thing that Ohio, the needle has.
There they go. New York Times. I didn't notice. They have the congressional districts over in the right hand corner for.
Okay. Nebraska. Oh yeah. They have them at the bottom. Yeah, that's right. So Ohio, New York Times does have it likely R, but not North Carolina. No,
it's
been a toss up. It's still a toss up. That's the one that's. Decision Desk is calling Ohio for Trump. They just did.
Okay, I'm moving Ohio.
Yeah. So whatever they're seeing,
closer than expected, but still are.
Still are. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and they called Nebraska 3 as well, which is not surprising. It is the reddest electoral vote in the country.
Arizona polls closed, right?
Yeah. Arizona polls just closed. The few counties with arrows in Pennsylvania are towards the blue side. And Pennsylvania was in 2020 was super, super close. So maybe that's a good sign.
And not just the big blue arrows too.
Oh, a bunch of yellow things indicating updates. It's the same. Let's see, how's Ted Cruz doing? Leading by 4% now, with 56%. Ted Cruz is going to pull it out.
I'm not going to make a joke about
it. Bruce would like this. New Mexico so far. Donald Trump and Chase Oliver are tied for the lead in New Mexico.
Yeah.
With no votes for Harris at all yet.
Okay. They've got 656 to 655 votes. There you go.
That can't be real. That can't even be real.
I don't know. Some county.
I mean, even at less than 1%, that can't be real. And 0 for Harris. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, must be some libertarian colony.
Kansas, Harris still leading in Kansas with 35% of the vote in, but I'm sure that's all from the cities.
I mean, DDHQ called Kansas already for.
Missouri is also Harris ahead, but likely not to stay that way because it's all St. Louis. Iowa, with less than 1% in, Trump is leading.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Colorado.
Do we have Louisiana? Is Louisiana new? No, Louisiana was called a while ago.
Yeah, Colorado. Well, Colorado results are in heavily
blue.
Yeah.
As expected, but not called yet.
No. I think it will be called soon, though.
Trump wins Texas, Louisiana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Kansas, according to alert. Texas is now called.
Yep.
Let's move that over. Wait, that number should. Okay, that didn't change. Okay, never mind. Okay, we're still waiting for the big 7. So far, Michigan and PA leaning blue, which is what they need to be doing, but the percentages in are so small. Oh, Fox is actually talking about Ohio right now. Do we have Ohio Senate yet?
I mean, decision does call it, but
Ohio
not
Senate.
New York Times.
Marino's ahead of Sherrod Brown. DDHQ called it for Marino.
No. I was just talking about the
presidential.
Yeah. But they haven't called the Senate. DDHQ called the presidential, but definitely not the Senate. They still got it. That's undecided.
Bruce just said woohoo, so he must have just seen. There's a few minutes. The stream delays a little bit. There's some buffering.
Oh.
So we get the responses on the chat like potentially a couple minutes after we say something.
Oh gosh. Oops. It's a few minutes delayed right now. I don't think it's a few minutes. I think it's a few seconds.
Let's see. I'm gonna put my hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 seconds behind. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. Well, at least to my interface over here.
Well, to me, it was about 5 or 6 more seconds later. So yeah, but still, it's 20 seconds. It's not minutes. Okay.
Yeah, Kornaki's talking about various counties that are redder now than they were 4 years ago in North Carolina. Which is why it's toss up, but leaning Trump right now. The blue part of the needle is getting smaller, which basically says Harris can still pull it out, but it's going to be a narrow electoral college victory if she does. Yeah. Which it goes back to what I was saying. It looks like all of the potential pickups, well, not pickup even. Georgia was would have
been keep
it. But it looks like Georgia and North Carolina are staying red this time, which basically means you need Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. There's some scenarios that involve Arizona, but Arizona was looking worse for Harris than Georgia was. So, so if Georgia goes red, Arizona probably does too. Although this is one of the cases where they are very different states on very different parts of the country, but same time. Okay, New Mexico's fixed now. Now, Trump is ahead with 2% of the votes in, but we no longer have the situation with Harris nothing and the Libertarian tied for number one. And Jonathan asked about Florida. Yes, they rejected the pro-choice thing and they rejected marijuana.
They rejected both, yeah. Wisconsin has like a tiny amount of votes in, nothing, like 700 votes.
New York Times has about 3,000 now, but still tiny.
Yeah, nothing, whatever.
Trump leading those 3,000 though.
Yeah. Yeah, John. We did answer that, right? Yeah, they rejected both. Yeah, John. You already. Well, I mean, let's see. New York Times called a few more states. Nothing. Like North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska.
Oh, they did that a while ago. I got those.
Wyoming, but something something added.
Texas. I got that, but it was
it
was the most recent one, I think. Hey, why are you in my chair? Once the food arrives, I'm taking my chair. Really? This is going to be one of those things where even if Harris pulls it out, it's going to be incredibly depressing that it was so close. And of course, there's still the very
I'm
real
not-
possibility that Trump wins, which will be even more depressing. But
Well, New Hampshire. Do you have New Hampshire for Harris?
no, did DDHQ just call it? Yeah.
Yeah, they got it.
I'm
Yeah.
moving it over. Oops. Still none of the big seven. And no state has been a surprise so far. Some of the margins have been surprising, but no actual state has gone. But
Well, let's be clear. We can call California, Washington, and Oregon for Harris. Okay, why are we?
well, my counts, like the count I have that says the range of possibilities is from Harris by 100 to Trump by 86 still remains because it does call all of those states effectively. It calls every state except the 7.
No,
So-
well, what I'm saying is that if you want your EV count right now, look, I think I can safely say right now, without the polls having closed, that those 3 are going to. And I can safely say that Utah is going to Trump, Idaho, and Montana. I can call. I can make those.
I'll call for you: Hawaii, California, Maine's first, Washington, New York, Colorado, Oregon, Maine, Maine at large. Also, Nebraska's first, Kansas, Louisiana, Montana, Utah, and Idaho. There you go. Those are all the no-brainers that
Right.
It would take a universe-shaking event for one of those states to go the opposite direction.
Exactly.
And so far we haven't had a surprise in the next tier either. That's like states like New Hampshire and Virginia and Florida, Ohio, Texas.
Yeah.
We haven't had a surprise in that next tier, and we have yet to have the first call in one of the core 7. But at the moment, we have, it looks like North Carolina and Georgia are probably going Trump. And the others are still too close to call, not enough votes. So.
Now, look. Well, I don't know. I was going to say, look, Georgia the last time, the way that it went and why they aren't calling it is that
it came back late.
Very late. Yeah, it was very late. So that's the thing, like we're like right now, when it happened, it was super late. So that's I think that's the critical part to know about this. Where I'm looking at Gwinnett County right now is only 18% of the vote, and that has a lot of votes. I mean that has, and Harris, that is a very blue county. They've got 20% of those 60,000, so it's like 300,000 votes to count still, and that's not in yet. Fulton is in for the most part, so that's a big one, but that's a very big one that is not reported. And what I'm seeing is that most of the small counties are over 95% reported, which is why I think nobody's called Georgia, because of that and what the margin is. It's leaning R, but it's looking once again as usual as a fucking nail biter. And North Carolina is still 50-49. The margin is 40,000 votes. It's a very narrow margin as well.
If you remember, in 2020, it was the closest state that Biden lost. It was also very narrow.
Yeah. So it's definitely a good reason why this isn't called yet, because it's definitely, the margin is still super tight. So yeah, it's reasonable that neither DDHQ or New York Times haven't called these because of how the margins have been there. But Pennsylvania, Michigan still toss up. Wisconsin toss up. I mean, with the votes in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Harris is still in a solid lead, but and yeah, that's
so. In terms of percent win chance, DDHQ has Trump up to 69.2, and New York Times has him at 66. Which again, I'll say, very close to what election graphs had. So, which doesn't make me happy, by the way. I was hoping that there was a massive underestimation of Harris and that we'd have a Harris blowout. That is not happening.
well, well, the one thing that we were trying to make sure is that we know the pollsters had compensated, and the question was did they
overcompensate?
Compensate, right? That was the question. It doesn't look like they overcompensated. It looks like they've got it closer to what they've got it close to reality more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So the first arrows in Iowa are showing big blue swings.
Yep. Well, and Iowa at the moment does have Harris ahead at the moment, but only 10% in, and all from cities.
Yeah.
All from Des Moines.
But still, yeah, but they're showing arrows from like the smaller areas, and those are I see.
Yeah.
So the blue arrow isn't from there. From Des Moines, it's showing whatever, like +6, but it's showing some of the smaller counties like a D +12.
Yep.
I'm looking at the other one is D +11. It's another small county. So what is coming in? Oh, shit. Why does your doorbell go off so much?
Well, right now I think pizza's being delivered.
Okay.
Well, and the little ringy noise is not the doorbell. It's just motion detection in front of the house.
Oh, okay.
Which
it's very sensitive.
Makes the dog go crazy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's very sensitive. Mine doesn't go off that often.
Well, I mean, someone was actually here. Although the most entertaining thing with the motion detection is when a spider builds a web directly in front of it and sets it off like all the time until you go out and move the spider.
Mm.
New bomb threats at polling sites in Pennsylvania. Yay. Come on. Well, one thing I think I can say at this point is I kept saying don't be surprised by anything in the range from Harris by 100 to Trump by 86. I think we're going to be in that range. We're not going outside of the range in either direction, I don't think.
Well, that's for certain, Sam.
Well, I don't know. Trump could still surprise in Virginia or something.
No,
Well,
it's not
it's been
happening.
called.
No,
Yeah,
it's been called. It's
I
not
know.
happening. Not fucking happening.
Both New York Times and DDHQ have their odds in the high 60s for Donald Trump right now.
It's gonna be super close, Sam. My God, this is going to be. This is not.
We're going to come down to one or more states that take days. To come back.
This is
I think it's my bet is it's all going to come down to Pennsylvania, which is what it's been looking like for months.
Yeah.
Like the assuming the polls was right view had this all coming down to Pennsylvania consistently for a long time.
Yeah. And that's what it's.
Now at the moment, Trump is actually leading Wisconsin, which would break that, but
yeah, that's very early still.
That doesn't make Pete feel good as a Pennsylvanian. Time to lower the chair. Lower the desk and sit down. I've been standing up till now. Sorry, Pete. I already read your redacted message.
Well, well, at least one thing. My gut basically was not wrong about how I felt coming into tonight.
No. I managed to get up a buildup of optimism over the last few days, and
no, but my gut was just completely just there is I mean,
brandy.
It's not going to be
water,
a cakewalk.
You can fill it in the upstairs sink. It's fine. I got pizza.
Oh, there you go. I already. I'm not really hungry. Can I be honest? I ate a late lunch.
I'm not liking the needles. I had as a topic, the potential topic the last few weeks, preparing for a Trump second term, and we never actually discussed it.
I didn't want to talk about it because I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to fucking talk about it. I don't want to fucking talk about it. I mean, I mean, I don't know.
What if and when it becomes real, then we'll talk about it.
Right. But I don't want to fucking talk about it.
Pete says Lucy in the football. But yeah, it's feeling well. I was gonna say it's feeling more like 2016 than 2020, but I'm trying to remember 2020 in those 3 to 4 days.
It was that night was terrible. We thought, it took 3 days for that to lift.
It was Friday before it was clear to anybody who was paying attention, and Saturday
That's right.
until they made the calls on the network.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we're waiting till Saturday again, and it could go either way. Yeah, Jonathan says it looked bad for a while in 2020.
Yeah, it did look bad. He's not wrong. I mean, I remember it looked bad. It looked, I mean, basically, this is deja vu all over again to that.
Pennsylvania's narrowing. 26% in. It's 55-44 now. 53-45 in Michigan with 13%. Wisconsin's up to 11, and Trump's still ahead, 54-45. But Milwaukee isn't reporting yet.
Yeah, no, Milwaukee hasn't reported yet.
Hey, we're up to 8 people watching, so if anybody hasn't said hi yet, say hi in the comments. Nice.
Hi, guys. Nice to have you here. Sorry, we don't have better news. I mean, I was hoping for better news, but that probably, I don't know how many could have been at the beginning of the stream. I described, as I came into this, that the word I used to describe myself was I was glum. I was not coming in optimistic. I had this terrible feeling. I'm just, so, I mean, it's just, I'm not, I don't, I mean, I see a clear path based on where we are. It's just, it's just not. No. It's just complicated. I mean, it's going to be very tight.
DDHQ has called North Carolina.
Yep, they did. Yeah, they did.
Okay.
I mean, and DDHQ has Harris ahead now in Wisconsin, so.
What Daddy's doing?
Doing some work, buddy.
Oh, Daddy's calling.
Can't see him. So. Time is at 9:40. Arizona, Nevada, and all these. Well, Arizona closed at 9 Eastern, but I guess they're not reporting anything yet. Interesting.
Who isn't?
Arizona.
Oh, right.
Polls are closed in Arizona, but they haven't.
First
reported
results
anything.
expected around 10 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Most voters cast ballots by mail, and counting typically takes days. Full tabulation could take 10 to 13 days. Jonathan says, I really thought women would save us. It was that was looking really big in the early vote numbers, but same day, maybe going the other way.
Yeah.
Or a lot of those women were voting Trump.
Yeah.
Well, let me check in on the Senate. Still no call in either the Ohio race. Marino's still ahead, the Republican. Still no call in Texas. Cruz is still ahead by about 8% now. And Marino's had by about 3. I keep looking at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
There's nothing. There's too close to call.
I know. And small
just,
numbers
yeah.
in still. PA's up to 31%, but still.
But still, yeah.
New York Times still has all 3 at pure toss-up.
Mm-hmm.
No, NBC's just doing Illinois. I had that a long time ago.
Yeah, that didn't. It's not a surprise.
I saw a TikTok earlier today about Florida, Yvonne, where this woman was like, Florida could be a blue state if you just stopped sending your old racists here to die.
Jesus Christ. I did a quick count. Okay.
Yeah.
For Kamala to win. Okay,
Yeah.
this is what needs to happen right now. Okay. Just to get to 273. Okay.
Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Well, yeah, but we'll start Maine. Okay, so Maine
I'm
that hasn't
assuming
been
all
called.
those. Yeah.
But in the ones it's that, but plus Nevada. I don't see how you get to, because I went and I'm like, if I go with
You can get to a win without Nevada if you win
With-
every place she's ahead in plus Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Just barely, mind you. And she needs that Nebraska congressional district. Without the Nebraska congressional district,
right, you need to go to Nebraska to the congressional district. That's right. Yeah. I mean, I'm saying one of the Nebraska congressional district. What I added up is Nebraska congressional district. Okay, so let me just show you what I had.
Okay.
Maine congressional district. Okay, and I'll look at a New York Times map and where it's at versus just to look at one where it's called. Okay, they got 99, 178. Maine, the 2 plus the one separate congressional district. New Hampshire. Okay, all right, which that's not called, but that should be. Good.
DDHQ.
Nebraska 2. Yeah, no, DDSU called it, but the New York Times hadn't. So I was just doing the math based on
Right.
Their account. Nebraska 2, which that should be that's leaning that. Okay. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Okay. Colorado, New Mexico. Okay. California, Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, and Nevada. That gets you to 273. It's not impossible based on where the numbers are right now, but it's nerve-wracking as all fucking can be.
And I'm looking at that moves, the Washington Post like county moves map.
Yeah.
And it's like the entire southeast is red.
Oh yeah. The entire southeast went red as all can be. Well, actually, there's some caveats. North Carolina actually didn't. Okay.
Well,
if you're looking at look at the map.
There's a couple in the middle, but there's lots of red around the edges of it.
but those are small. It's not like what you're seeing in say Tennessee. Okay. You've got the shifts in North Carolina have been more minor. Okay. Is what I'm saying. Georgia's got some deep blue moves in like the big population centers and got red moves in the rest of the state. Ohio, as the night progressed, less blue arrows, but there's still a lot of blue with some red arrows. Pennsylvania is mixed. Definitely a redder Texas that you're seeing in this map. New York is bluer. Pennsylvania seems to be looking bluer from the arrows that are coming in.
Got a DDHQ call for Colorado.
Okay, well,
not a surprise.
Not shocking call. Need to be experts to figure that one out. Bottom line is that the result is as nail-bitingly as the polls showed, which some minor exceptions in some states where they didn't get it exactly right. It's
with the same rough breakdown of where the states were, with Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania being right on the line, very close. In my blog post earlier today, I said both of those I thought were true toss-ups. If the polls were roughly right, all three of those were true toss-ups. And then the rest of the 7 were probably going to Trump. And that's what we're seeing right now. Yeah. That scenario.
But what was the scenario they said?
I don't know if you could hear Rachel Maddow behind me.
No, what does she say?
She just went over the scenario we just said.
Okay.
Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, but all the rest of the states go as expected. But Harris wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That's a 270 to 268 win.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. So fucking. By the way, even the DDHQ
assuming Nebraska, if she loses that Nebraska congressional district, it turns into 269 and goes into the House.
Well, right now, by the way, the 43% of the vote in Kamala is overwhelmingly ahead on Nebraska too.
Yeah,
overwhelmingly. That seems to be a given. Okay, she's gonna get that one.
Hasn't been called yet, but yes.
Hasn't been called yet, but yeah, but that looks like a given. Okay, that's and Maine District 1 as well. So yeah, those look like a given.
And Maine 2 is expected to go to Trump.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And of course, given what the rest of the map is looking at, like Harris has to win all 3 of Wisconsin, Michigan.
Oh no, she's got to. There's no.
You lose any one of them, it's over.
It's all over. Yeah. Sayonara. Yeah. She has to win those 3. Now, thankfully, smartly, I will say, they fucking invested the shit out of trying to win those 3.
Now, you could swap Wisconsin for Arizona, but she wasn't looking good in the polls in Arizona, so I'm not holding out a lot for that.
Yeah, but yeah, you need those 3. You can't.
John asks, how do you think Joe would be doing right now?
I honestly think pretty much the same.
I think he'd be doing worse. I think like he might have been able to just barely pull it out in a world where Harris was doing much better than this. In the scenario we're seeing right now, I think this would be a clear Biden loss.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think. Well, if actually, I'll take that back. Given what we have learned from the polling where we're looking at right now, and that it seems to have been pretty close to what it so far, it's coming in pretty close to expectation. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's the one thing to say
it's very clear that Harris is performing better than how Biden would have performed. Yes.
Yeah.
So the reality is, yes, that Harris is definitely doing better than Harris is definitely doing better than Biden would have done. Yes.
Bruce is pointing out that Bitcoin is apparently reacting positively to the potential of Trump win.
Daddy's calling. Daddy's calling.
Additional calls here.
I mean,
What are
she's
those
ahead
noises?
right now. My son is playing with his ringtones.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Well, I mean, she is right now ahead in all three.
And I think the which I predicted last week, but the Democrat position does not look like they're on track to keep the Senate either.
No, that's definitely a reality.
House unclear so far.
Yeah.
It's just I can't tell.
Yeah, that's just we can't we won't know the House. I mean, honestly, it's not looking like we're gonna know about this tonight.
We may narrow it down a little bit more.
But
I expect there'll probably be calls in Georgia and North Carolina before too long.
yeah. Well, North Carolina, I mean, DDHQ called it. I mean, but like I said, but look, even if they call,
I have that.
yeah, but even if they call Georgia, okay, I mean, it comes down to when we're talking that it comes down to
It's still it's
Pennsylvania, Michigan,
and
Wisconsin, Minnesota. I mean, and we need to know what happens in Arizona and Nevada as well. In
most scenarios, Nevada ends up not making a difference because it's so small. There, you can get scenarios where Nevada makes a difference, but most scenarios it doesn't.
I mean, Harris is still leading in Iowa, but only 12% of the vote.
Yep. And still almost all Des Moines.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna listen for a second. Yeah, what's amazing by these swing maps to me, and of course this is because I'm in my Washington State liberal bubble or whatever, but looking at I just fundamentally I understand where the core of Trump's support is, but I have a hard time understanding how he built more support over the last 4 years. Who was not for Trump 4 years ago and is now? I mean, is it really all people who just, I don't know, are thinking hey, Biden brought inflation, and that's all. I don't know.
Could be. I mean, that's not an unreasonable, not an unreasonable belief. I mean, a lot of people definitely believe that. So yeah, it's not a.
And meanwhile, Donald Trump signed their stimmy checks.
Yeah, right. Exactly, and you got that too.
Bruce is saying Bitcoin is close to its all-time high now. Bruce says it's COVID lockdowns and mandates, but that happened during Trump. That did not happen during Biden.
Right, but for whatever reason, they still blame it on the Democrats, though.
And the U.S. never had actual lockdowns.
Right, it was state by state,
or actual mandates, and even state by states. There's not a single state in the United States that had anything close to what most of Europe.
Yeah, it's just
let alone like China.
Right. So yeah, so I think it's just
But I think that is a good point. For some reason, like even though most of the things that people complain about in terms of COVID
happened during the Trump administration, they'll still blame the Democrats.
Yep.
Yeah. So. Georgia's pretty much stuck at 77%, which is why nobody's calling it.
Yeah, it may well
and
be.
And that's what happened the last time.
Well, yeah, they stopped for the night, and then they continued the next day.
So,
DDHQ
isn't calling it. And so, what?
To answer Jonathan's question, do we need Minnesota? Yes, absolutely.
Oh, we need Minnesota, absolutely.
Yeah.
Unless for some reason we win Georgia.
Minnesota is one that, the polling averages were over 5% for Harris, up over 5% for Harris.
Yeah,
it's absolutely needed. Like if you lose Minnesota, everything's falling apart.
Yeah. If you lose Minnesota, you need to win Georgia or something like that to make up for it. Yeah, or Georgia or Arizona for that matter. One of those. You can't just.
But also, Minnesota is expected to be bluer than the blue wall. So if you're losing Minnesota, you're probably losing the blue wall, and you're done.
Yeah.
Trump's ahead in Wisconsin again by a very small number.
Not on DDHQ yet. Let's see.
New York Times has 35%. What does DDHQ have?
How much they got? 35. They're a little bit behind. They got 30. Yeah. Let's see where they're reporting here. Still a lot of votes to come in.
Which state?
Oh, Minnesota. Still,
yeah. Oh, yeah, they're 2%.
I mean, no, I'm sorry, Wisconsin. I meant.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Bruce says, according to the House map he's looking at, the Republicans have gained 1 seat so far. Nevada,
oh,
too early to call.
good news.
Yes.
Utah
Oh, Utah has been called.
for Trump. Can you believe it?
Oh, shocker.
Trump is now slightly ahead in Pennsylvania by 0.1%, but still.
Yep.
Good news is that around the Philly area, the percentage of votes reported is actually pretty low right now, like 30%. So below the state. So
Jonathan says in PA, the small places report faster.
yeah, that's what I figured.
Oh, what did we? Something just changed. What changed?
What?
I don't know what changed. Oh, DDHQ calls Montana.
Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah.
You notice I don't have to say who for. But do we have Montana Senate results yet? No. Bob wants to say, says, I wonder how Lichtman is feeling tonight. He's the one with the keys. The keys, he was really, really confident in the Harris win.
Only one county in Arizona is reported. So
the Democrat did win the Senate race in Maryland. So
yes, Montana. Greg Giannaforte is reelected as governor of Montana.
Oh, Bernie won re-election.
Oh.
64-31.
Well, Kamala's back up in Pennsylvania, so
It's gonna be a fucking roller coaster. My stepmother, Kathy, spent most of the month of October canvassing in near Harrisburg, knocking on doors, getting out the vote. Is there even a display of the popular vote anywhere? Oh, I haven't been looking, but
I saw it somewhere.
like no one cares.
31,727,941 to 35,609,641. Trump has more of those.
I see it.
Whoa, Arizona's up to 36%, and it's a dead tie.
It is 40 votes apart. 40 votes apart.
Fuck.
With Trump ahead by 40 votes.
Fucking hell. Oh, for God's sake. Oh, for fuck. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, wait, do I have Wyoming? Yeah, I already had Wyoming.
Okay, so 37% of the vote in Iowa. Okay.
In Iowa? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
50-48.
Yes. And the margin's really tiny. And I'm seeing that Cedar Rapids and some of the big blue counties haven't finished reporting yet.
Well, mainly Cedar Rapids.
Now you got what's this other one? Black Hawk County, but Cedar Rapids. Jesus. Oh, well, here's the one thing. The Iowa, obviously, being at where it's looking at what it's showing is that what's happening in Iowa is only happening in Iowa.
Yeah.
You know, it's not, you know, it wasn't.
I mean,
that was one of the things that I think in the last few days was it a generalized thing, but no, what it's looking at is what it's happening in Iowa is only happening in Iowa.
Oh, and
Okay.
By the way, if you look at the swing map, the blue Ohio is now mostly red.
Yeah, it's like it's definitely tapered down. Yeah. Yeah, right now the margin in Ohio is now 56-43 for Trump. Yeah, Ohio had faked us before like this, so it's not surprising.
Bob says Cedar Rapids isn't quite as blue as Des Moines or Iowa City.
Well, they got a low percentage of people reporting. Is the only thing about that. So
let's see. New York Times just called Colorado, but DDHQ did that a while ago.
Yeah.
Whoa. So, New York Times has Trump up to a 77% chance of victory, and their range of estimates for the darker color here is all in the red now. And did So New York Times' little needle for Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin is all still at toss-up, but leaning slightly towards Trump in all three.
And their needle right now in Arizona is leaning slightly. Well, okay. I'm looking at this. I don't know if that when it's a toss, if there's anything to read from that. The when it's gray, and I'm not sure because I see that in Arizona, you see how it's lean R right now for Arizona, but it looks about the same as I can't tell if there's a fucking difference.
I think there is, but
I can't. Yeah, I can't tell if there's really a difference.
Margin in Wisconsin with 44% vote in is 200 votes.
Well, I'm looking at 2,000 over here right now.
New York
Times,
44% in.
Yeah, I'm looking at 732-690-730-896.
Oh, yep.
She's up in Michigan. She is behind in Pennsylvania right now.
And Pennsylvania is up to 51%.
Yeah, but again, still.
Yeah, so Kornacki on MSNBC is going through various counties in Pennsylvania, and showing basically Harris is a couple percent behind where Joe Biden was in a bunch of these counties, which would since Biden just barely won Pennsylvania, if that's a consistent pattern across the board, that means Harris loses PA. And there is no path without PA at the moment.
No, there is no path without PA. Not good. No.
DDHQ puts Iowa to Trump.
Yep. Yep. They called it. Yeah. Well, Harris is ahead now in Arizona with 50% of the vote report, 51% of the vote reporting.
That would be nice if that held on.
Yeah. I know.
We're going to be waiting for vote by mail and crap like that over the next
Yeah,
few
the problem
days.
is, of course, with Pennsylvania, with the margin where it is right now, it's just it's so yeah, because they didn't start counting all those vote by mails. That's what happened the last time too. That's why they got into the shouting matches over this.
But also vote by mail this time is not expected to be quite as disproportionate as it was before, because Trump has been pushing remote options as well this time around.
Well, question is, of course, if they did it. Now, one thing is they talking about it. They talked about it through both sides, of the mouth. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but at least according to the number of ballots ordered and the early vote numbers, the Republicans were leading Democrats in early vote, including mail.
No, but my thing is, it just also depends on where the mail-in votes are the amount, but also where they were ordered from. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, because when you've got like Montgomery County, that's only 29% of the votes in, right? Which is right. I mean, how much is that mail-in? I mean, that's it's very solidly blue. I don't know. Those are the key questions. No. Oh my god.
You wanted ulcers, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so Jonathan updates. Only 11% of Philadelphia counted. When I was canvassing there, they said there were about 100,000 registered Dems in West Philly that did not vote in the last election. The canvassing there was very thorough.
Yeah, and I mean, I think he's right. That's why, you know, this is like still in a toss up because it's just so many of those votes are there. I mean, that's the key. I mean, just fucking. I don't know. Some other state got called for Harris by. They got her at 112. Let me see over in New York Times. Let's see.
New York.
Nah, DC and Colorado.
Yeah, I had DC, but New York has been called too.
Okay.
Which, again, not a surprise.
You're not surprised?
So Richard wants to know, how is Wisconsin looking?
Too close to call?
Too close to call, but Trump is leading with 48% of the votes in. 49.7% to 48.8%.
I mean, we're talking about 13,000 votes, basically, out of 1.5 million. So,
yeah, but
it's
again,
very tight.
You need Wisconsin.
You need Wisconsin.
I mean, you could trade Wisconsin for Arizona, but
yeah, you need
that seems unlikely.
You need Wisconsin.
Oh, there it goes. Bitcoin hits all-time high as U.S. election results come in. They like Donald. Pete says, every 4 years I ask myself, why do I do this to myself? Well,
yeah, I don't blame you. Jesus Christ.
What do you got?
New York Times has Michigan lean R right now.
Yeah.
God.
No path without Michigan.
No.
You need all three of those. And you know, if you get a situation where Harris pulls out Wisconsin and Pennsylvania but loses Michigan, everyone's going to say it's all about Gaza.
Well, one thing is that Wayne County is only 1% reported. That's oh shit.
New York Times odds are up to 82% Trump. DDHQ's down a little at 72.
Georgia, pretty sure going. The Gwinnett reported a large batch tonight. It's not enough to overcome Georgia.
Yeah, they're at 91%.
Yeah, and
it's a 3-point margin.
DDHQ called Georgia. Now that Gwinnett came in, DDHQ called Georgia for Trump.
Richard asks, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, PA is all we were watching. Pretty much. Bob says no one
Yeah.
else is even close to that. Yeah. And really, it's Wisconsin, Michigan, PA. Like,
I
Harris
mean,
is still
say you
ahead with
lost
52%.
Michigan, and you got Arizona and Nevada. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, that could be, but you can't. You know.
Wisconsin blue again, reported by Jonathan. I don't see it yet on my update, but
Yeah, I do see on DDHQ.
48. Yeah, but New York Times is ahead of DDHQ though. New York Times has 50. DDHQ
No, it
only
went
has
back
48.
red. Yeah.
And Trump is currently leading in PA as well. Sean says Philly's still at 11%.
I know.
At the moment, it's the Michigan leans are that bugs me. That means that New York Times thinks that there are more red votes outstanding than
Yeah, I know.
blue. Oh, Harris did finally pull ahead in Virginia with 74%
Oh yeah, I
of the
did.
votes in.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
Just
yeah.
fucking barely though.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of votes left, which is, I think, the whole thing.
New York Times has Michigan back at toss-up. Trump has taken
Arizona has a 4,000 vote margin.
That's what I was about to say.
In Arizona, it's just so retarded.
Trump has taken the lead by 0.2%.
Sorry,
Arizona.
God damn it! I used the damn R word. Slap me, Sam.
Bow, 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 bow.
Sorry.
With 53% of the vote in, and yeah, New York Times has it lean R based on where those votes are. Which is what I was saying in terms of like, don't count on Arizona to make up a loss in the blue wall.
I don't know. I'm looking at this, and once again, a lot of the votes. Maricopa is the elephant in the room there.
And it's only half in.
Yeah, it's only half in, and the margin's 4,000 votes. It's just it's yeah. Even Pima, they're still fit. So that's another one where.
Nebraska.
Oh, fuck you, people. Thanks. Yeah, thank you for
We had that a long time ago for the whole state.
Fuck all of you. I mean, seriously. Thanks for nothing.
AOC was reelected handily. Philadelphia is now 56% reporting, by the way, John.
Are they?
Philadelphia County, 56% of votes in.
Let's see. We got Chester County at 11, Montgomery at 39, Bucks at 35,
Philadelphia County.
Philadelphia County at 56. Yeah.
And Trump currently up by 3% in Philly, in Pennsylvania. Sorry, not Philly.
Yeah. I mean, the good news is that 56% is, given that Bucks and those have reported only 11%, 39 and whatever, and the remainder in Philadelphia County, which is like basically half. That's why it's a toss-up, because it's
New York Times up to 86% chance Trump. Three-hour lines in Nevada to vote still. They're holding polls open to clear the lines. So don't expect reports of votes from Nevada for hours. Again, Nevada...
DDHQ has not really moved their estimate in any significant way.
They're
still at they're still around 70-30, which is around where it started. They're.
And reminder, I was at 64-36 on election graphs when it started.
Yeah.
I at least feel justified that I wasn't as far off. I wish I had been far off.
But no, but you're good to stick to your data. As much as you didn't, sometimes it's one of these things where you may not like the results, but the data says what the data is.
Yeah. Margin in Arizona is down to 1,000 with 53% of votes in. With Trump ahead. But
yeah, by 1,000 votes. I know. The margin is Wisconsin. Also.
This is another one, by the way, and one of the reasons it feels like 2016 is it seems like in the last week, Trump had given up.
Yeah, I know. Which he did, yeah. He did that, and I mean, he was shocked when he won.
Yeah. And this ties into the, I didn't include it in my last blog post on election graphs, but I included it over and over and over in previous blog posts, how Biden first and then Harris was consistently underperforming both Biden and Clinton from the last two cycles. And that's what we're seeing. Yeah. Yeah, Trump currently ahead in both Wisconsin and PA. If that holds up, all done. Oh, no, all three now. Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA all have Trump leads at the moment. They've got both. New York Times has both Wisconsin and Michigan as lean R right now.
Yeah, I know. I saw.
And so does DDHQ. Jonathan says it'll be a long fucking time before a party runs a woman again.
I sure hope not.
I don't know. But it may be one of those things where the first one to win has to be a Republican.
Ugh. Great. Hmm.
Oh, we got Kansas. Did I already have Kansas? No, I didn't have Kansas.
No.
Not a surprise, of course. Yeah, Kornacki keeps pointing out like numbers in various counties in like Michigan are looking like 2016, not like 2020.
God.
Main one goes to, as expected, to Harris.
There's one of the things. So Michigan's only at 26% of the vote. So
Bob's
Oh,
dropping
tight.
out. Thanks. Bye. Bye,
bye,
Bob.
Bob. Good night.
Good night.
It tightened up a little bit now with the last batch of votes in Michigan. Dow futures jump 500 points. Russell 2000 futures rise 2%. As traders spent Trump winning. That's the.
You know, the fact that the markets like are happy about a Republican potential win here, even though the markets tend to do better under Democrats, is just weird. Although I saw someone saying that the expectation was the market would go up no matter what, just because of the resolution of the uncertainty. But New York Times is getting close to 90% on their odds.
Yeah.
And DDHQ up to 78.5.
Yeah, the DDHQ number has been going up again.
Well, and it's all because Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are red right now.
Yeah, I know.
Well, so's Michigan. They're all red right now.
Michigan, a bigger chunk of Philly, Dane County in Wisconsin. We don't know what they'll be,
Yep. Bedtime for tea leaves as well. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Good night, Pete. John
Okay,
is
John.
dropping 2, hoping for better news in the morning. Me too, but it's not looking good, John.
Not looking good right now. The DDHQ forecast is basically 254, 284 right now. The New York Times is a little bit more, but I mean, still a lot of votes to go in those 3 states, but it's not what we were expecting. We were hoping right now. Tell you what, the margin in Pennsylvania's tightened up a little bit. But they're all very tight. I mean, Wisconsin's 30,000 votes. Michigan, 50,000 votes right now, with only 28% of the vote in, by the way, in Michigan. PA is what? 100,000 votes with 67% of the vote in. Montgomery County is the one that I mean, Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, the New York Times still has Pennsylvania as a toss-up for a reason. I mean, they definitely believe that's getting tighter. But
Yeah,
the thing is, Michigan and Wisconsin are
the theme though, as Kornacki goes over his boards on all of these states, is over and over and over again, Harris is underperforming Biden in 2020.
I mean, you could,
and Biden won by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah. I mean, technically, you could like lose one of Michigan and Wisconsin and gain Arizona and Nevada, but that's tough.
Yeah, but it's.
I mean,
but Arizona's not looking good. So.
I mean, 53% of the vote in is 3,000 vote margin right now. So.
Yeah.
Not looking impossible.
But they have it as lean R for a reason as well.
Yeah.
DDHQ gives Marino, Ohio for Senate, which looking at the numbers was like.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Brown was never ahead. McCormick is also leading Casey in Pennsylvania for Senate as well.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. You know, one of the dissonances that you remember talking about the
Rogers beating Slotkin in Michigan, Hovde beating Baldwin in Wisconsin.
Huh, I'm looking at DDHQ and they've got
I'm looking ahead of. I'm looking New York Times for those. Sorry.
Baldwin is ahead of. I'm looking at they have both. They have the opposite, but
New York Times
but
says 60% in.
in
the Senate race for
oh
those states.
I mean, Pennsylvania is getting tighter. It's down to 90,000 votes right now, but the needle's got it to lean R now.
Lean R for all three.
Yeah, lean R for all three. Unreal. All right. Let me go make some more tea.
Yeah.
Who is still on? Guys,
I know. Say hi
think,
for whoever's still on. There's 3 people here.
One
of them's you. One of them's you.
One of them's me, so only 2. Ah, all right, Bruce. Oh. Well, yeah, now we're down to 2. So that would be okay. It's only Bruce.
Bruce and us.
I'm gonna go make some tea.
Okay,
I'll
see
be
you in
right
a few
back.
minutes.
Yeah.
Once you get back, I'll get something for me.
Okay.
California projected. Oh, big shocker there. Idaho. Too early to call in Washington. Well, Washington has one data dump today and then tomorrow. Oh, feel free to make your comments and questions, Bruce. I will probably keep going. I wouldn't be surprised if Yvonne drops at midnight Eastern, but I have nothing else to do. I plan to do this all night until there's nothing else useful. So for your questions, let's see. Is there anyone else who could have done better than Harris? Should they have had a brokered convention? I think even if there is somebody that theoretically could have done better than Harris, if like Biden had decided not to run 2 years ago, and they'd had like an open battle, if they had done anyone else other than Harris in some sort of brokered convention, abbreviated primary, or whatever, I think they would have ended up doing worse because it would have been divisive. Harris was about as unifying as you could possibly get within the Democrats. You of course had the issue with some of the left wing sort of holding back because of Gaza, but you would have had that with any Democratic candidate who would have won. So that was not different. But yeah, I think Harris was their best bet. Yeah, I think if you were going to go for anybody else, it would have had to have been in a scenario where Biden had announced way back that he wasn't going anywhere, that he wasn't.
The thing about this is it's just the results. What they are showing is that it didn't matter. I don't think it wasn't any candidate that Democrats could have put up that would have won. For whatever reason, a large percentage of this country wanted Trump to be president again.
Yep.
I mean,
and
they for some reason really truly believe that they were better off with Trump.
And as we were pointing out with that swing map, like huge portions of the country redder than they were 4 years ago. And specifically more Trumpy than they were 4 years ago. Even in the blue states, they've moved Trumpier. Which is, like, and again, from the point of view of Yvonne and I, at least, like, this would be perfectly understandable if the nominee was Haley or somebody. But it's completely baffling with Trump.
I think it's just extremely baffling to me that in the middle of an economy that has actually recovered so much from where it was.
Washington called, by the way.
Yeah. So, an economy that improved vastly from where it was.
And Oregon too, I think.
And people's incomes are up. There's a lot of things that are positive that people still, for whatever reason, felt that if they were that the Democrats didn't do anything for them. And I mean, the stock market is up. Inflation came down. Wages are up. I don't know what the hell else you do. I don't know. And I mean, this guy is a convicted felon, and they wanted the convicted felon. Oh, Richard is back. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you're hearing us, but Sam and I right now are very pessimistic.
The 88% seems about right. Like, honestly,
we
and BDHQ has it at 81.
It'd take a miracle right now for Harris to pull it out.
Yeah, she has to catch up in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. They're all.
She's right,
and they're all three right now.
She's behind in Pennsylvania by over 100,000 votes. She's behind in Michigan by 80,000, and she's behind in Wisconsin now by 50,000 votes. There is no path to get around that. You could, like I said, you could lose one, and maybe there's a path around it, but not all three. Not two. Definitely not all three.
Oh, we got Maine.
Hey, by the way, they call California.
Yeah. That happened while you were gone. I mentioned it.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Washington State. No.
Oh, I that was after I mentioned the others earlier. And we got Maine all. Where's Maine? There it is. And Oregon as well. Okay, still theoretically uncalled. We could go from Harris by 68 to Trump by 86, but that involves catching up in several uncalled states. Okay, talk for a minute, Yvonne. I'm going to be back in just a minute.
So I don't know, because Richard came back in. Let me just do a recap of where the hell we are right now in the states that haven't been like officially like for example, Georgia. Decision desk called it already for Trump. New York Times hasn't. The margin there is about 100,000 votes, but you got 93% of the vote in. I mean, highly unlikely you can overcome that right now at this point. North Carolina is about the same. You got 87% of the votes. Trump is up by about 100,000 votes. Don't see a path there either at this point. Pennsylvania's got 72% of the votes in, and Trump is up by, Jesus, now about 180,000 votes. There could be a way to make that up, but it's not looking good with 72%. Michigan, 90,000 vote difference right now. Trump ahead, 30% of the vote in. I mean, from what the models are stating from this, that they've got them like all three at leaning Republican, is basically that from where the rest of the votes are coming, it's not expected to be able to make up that gap right now. You got 50,000 votes. Wisconsin was 63% of the vote in. But you know, the one thing is that without Pennsylvania, forget about it. And right now Pennsylvania is 51 to 48. I mean, it's not. I mean, unless you can, unless Pennsylvania somehow comes back. I mean, there is no path with Pennsylvania. You could theoretically do something, losing one of Michigan or Wisconsin, but you can't lose both. Arizona right now, 4,000 vote gap, but still, I mean, you can't. Yeah, that's not enough. Yeah, if that turns back. So yeah, so Nevada's not in yet, but none of that matters. I mean, if went with these three, with Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, it just doesn't really matter. So, I mean, oh, I
I'm back, but I can't hear yet.
Hello. I mean, the trouncing in Florida is just ridiculous. I mean, by the way, Texas is not even close. Texas is about the same. It's 14 points, like right now for Texas. Not. Can you hear me, Sam? No, you can't hear me. And he's scrambling over there with cables.
Something else we've been seeing tonight. This is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it. I think it's important to know there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016.
There we go. I can hear again. Hello, Yvonne.
Okay, so I was mentioning that right now, by the way, Texas, the current vote at 81% reported, Trump is winning by 14 points. So it's not. That's it's basically
not
the same
even
as
narrowing
Florida.
the margin from last time.
Not at all. No.
Like
No.
last, yeah. It's
No,
widening
not at all.
his margin over 2020 significantly. Like
Yeah.
the narrative has been for a while that like, yeah, Texas is the white whale, but it's getting closer each time. No, apparently not.
No, not. I mean, basically, it wound up looking the same as Florida. And Georgia is, definitely very tight, but no. North Carolina, the same, very tight, but no.
Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020,
Just
Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania, but look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points.
Yeah, At the moment, we were talking about the polls are pretty close to on. If anything, at this point, they underestimated Trump again.
Yeah. Well, in certain places.
In certain, well, no, I mean, even in like
in Wisconsin and Michigan, they had
in Wisconsin,
slightly.
Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania was the average was Trump slightly ahead, right?
Wait, but by 0.1%, it looks like he's going to win by 3.
Yeah, I mean,
that could still narrow. That could
exactly, yeah. But it's about where it was. But the reality is, in these three, the margins are still within the margin. When you look at polls, how they call it, they were like relatively in the range of what we said was the range of the error. But Texas and Florida,
we said repeatedly that all of these 7 states could easily go either way. They're easily going to the Trump side. But yeah, like the ones that are off by a lot more. It'll take a while to get final results. I mean, at some point I'll go through and compare the final poll averages in every state to the actual vote results and fold them into, my preparations for 2028. Honestly, that may take me a while. I don't know that I'll.
By the way, Virginia is only Harris is ahead, but it's only by 2 points, for example.
In Virginia,
Maryland, Now Maryland she's up by 22 points.
Yeah, which is about what was expected in Maryland.
New York, it's a blowout too. It's about 14 points. So is Massachusetts. Those are in the ballpark. Colorado is also a blowout, 55-43.
And I'll point out too, assuming Trump wins this, which is what looks likely at this point, it's a legit win.
Oh yeah.
It's there's no like, oh my God, he cheated. No, it's a legit win. It's just that a huge portion of the population of this country wants this. Now, he's still, actually, like, what are they updated? And Harris will still
I think he's going to still lose
vote.
She's still looking like she's going to win the popular vote.
Yeah, when now it may take a while for us to get to that count because California is slow, but
it's looking like it because the margin right now is only 5 million votes. Without California, which is only 3% of the votes in. So
California will take weeks to finish their count. So
right. But it's not just that. If this is the case, the Republicans are going to keep the House.
Yeah, they're going to have a trifecta. You'll have, and I can only imagine the damage that's going to do. We'll undoubtedly have this conversation in more detail on the main show. But like a Republican trifecta with Donald Trump, a Republican Senate, and not just any Republican Senate and House, but a MAGA Republican Senate and House, is going to be absolutely disastrous
for the world.
Yep. I saw one post on Mastodon about an hour ago saying, "Well, Europe, get ready to say hello to Putin."
Oh. I know.
Yeah, Richard says this is catastrophic for Ukraine. Yep.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. And by the way, the idiots in Michigan that decided that they voted against Harris because of Gaza. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
disastrous
Just
for
to wait.
Gaza too.
Yeah, just wait.
I mean, they want to build resorts there, right?
Yep.
Tear it all down and build resorts.
Yeah. I mean, right now Michigan is like right now the margin's up to like about almost 100,000 votes.
Yeah, and 6%.
Yeah. It's not even.
Bruce mentions on Rogan, Trump said that he'd start negotiation with Putin before the inauguration, which is of course illegal, but who cares?
Yeah, nobody's going to prosecute him on anything anyway.
Nope.
I don't know.
We may, that his sentencing in New York may even be delayed till after his presidency. Now, I'm not sure he makes it through his 4 years, but that's a whole other story.
That's a whole other story.
And then we get Vance.
Yeah, great. Oh shit. Well, oh, God. Oh, this is going to be a problem.
What, are your batteries running out?
My headphone batteries. While recording, you cannot change speaker settings, of course, because you are a stupid application. God. Oh God, Joe. He's got to be dying.
Yeah. And despite our conversation that he probably would have done worse, he's there thinking, I could have won this.
Okay, you know what? You want to argue that one now? Because I hate to break it to you, but these numbers look worse than what was in the polls before the switch to Harris.
Mm.
Right now, these numbers look worse.
They were pretty bad. He was behind by more
these
than
are
5%
worse.
in some of these.
Dude.
Well, and he's behind by 6.
Yes.
So it's about
these
the same.
look worse.
I'd have to bring up the comparisons one by one, but yeah.
Like I said, it was never a good idea to change candidates in the middle of the fucking thing and to fucking like get rid of the incumbency. I'm sorry. But you know what? I love Harris. I voted for her in the last election, but I said vehemently since the beginning that this was suicidal. And it's showing exactly that right now. So fucking stupid.
So of course, the the Harris campaign is saying, the absentee ballots that are going to come in over the next few days are going to turn things around. Blah blah blah. We'll see. We'll see.
What is Biden's to-do list? Probably going to try to do some executive actions on certain things. I'm sure to try to make things difficult in a certain way. But I don't know who's going to stop Trump right now. Basically, when he's got the courts, the House, and the Senate all on his side to do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah.
So
and as we've said before, none of the people who acted as guardrails in the Trump first term
are there.
The entire staffing of the administration will be in 100% based on loyalty and loyalty only, and the willingness to say, yes, sir, I'll do whatever you want, regardless.
Yep.
And the court will back him up on anything too. Like they made it clear through their immunity thing that there's no
guardrails on the presidency.
No guardrail. They believe the presidency should have close to absolute power. They don't believe that Congress should have the ability to write laws that restrict the president in how they manage their official duties. And not that anyone, not that like Congress would fight them over it if you've got a Republican trifecta as well. So yeah, it's just going to be, they're going to do whatever they want for 4 years, at least, maybe longer, because part of what they will do is, and this is typical of the illiberal democracies like Orban and Hungary, which they've specifically said they want to model off of, is they dismantle institutions that would enable a robust opposition and make it harder and harder for anybody to go against the power. That's how these work. It's not an outright like quote unquote dictatorship. It's you break down all the institutions of the state so there are no protections against the people in power doing whatever the hell they want. No guardrails. That's what the deep state is for. And yeah, it's going to be a rough 4 years. You'll probably also see a lot of state versus federal battles in blue states like this one, like Washington State, where the blue states try to maintain some level of what they want and the federal government fights against it. And
those fights are going to be horrific. So,
yep.
Yeah. Could Biden force Netanyahu to wrap things up? Probably. He could. He would have some.
Biden has no leverage.
No, actually, there are certain things where, okay, hear me out here. Depends on, you kept talking about unchecked presidential power.
Right. Well, Biden has it right now. Yeah.
Okay, exactly. So, you know what? You could, hell, I'll fucking put an aircraft carrier outside Tel Aviv and fucking tell them I'm going to start fucking bombing the shit out of your military unless you stop right now.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen. You know it's not going to happen.
Well, I know Biden's not going to do it. I'm saying that could be. I know I would.
The needle is now at 90%. So the Harris campaign is saying they're not conceding tonight. There's too much outstanding. They're going to continue to wait to see how the votes come in. Harris's theory of the case in Pennsylvania is that They may be underperforming Biden elsewhere in the state, but they're overperforming in Philadelphia, and they're hoping that'll be enough to make up for it.
No,
I don't
it's
know.
not enough.
Seems like grasping at straws at this point.
Yeah, it's not gonna. It's not enough. There's not enough votes left. There's just not enough votes left. The margins right now 200,000 votes. It's not enough votes left.
So here's the quote from the Harris team. Let's see. I'll read you the whole memo. In Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Bucks County. We don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with large non-white and student populations. We expect to see higher turnout in Philadelphia than in 2020. Outside of Philadelphia, we have limited data on turnout and support right now, but what we do have is tracking with our expectations. We are awaiting more results like everyone else and hope to get a closer read in the coming hours. In Michigan, we are awaiting a significant amount of votes to come in. The city of Detroit won't be reported out until roughly midnight, but we have seen strong turnout throughout early vote and election day there. Other results in Michigan are harder to parse since results are coming in more piecemeal than elsewhere.
They're right about that. I looked at. I'm looking at, and definitely there's like Wayne County only reported 1% of the vote.
In Wisconsin, we know there is a significant amount of vote remaining in Dade and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties where we have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 and 5 a.m. And then the summary of all this, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't. Neither of them look good. There's just, I just don't. I mean, there's a 200,000 vote gap in Pennsylvania. You might make it close. You're not going to get over that. In Michigan right now, it's 120,000 vote gap. I know it's only 36%, but that's also a massive gap. And in Wisconsin, it's a 70,000 vote gap with 70% of the vote in. I mean, it has the possibility that the New York Times is giving it right now.
Yeah,
10%.
That's about 10%. I think that's reasonable given what we're seeing. Impossible? No. Likely? No.
Not likely. Just I don't.
I will report at least my my unopposed wife won re-election.
Wow, that's good news. It is. I'm not being facetious.
I haven't actually checked the results since she was unopposed. But
Well, I'm pretty sure.
because there was no even registered write-in vote, even if there were write-in votes, they wouldn't be counted. So I just asked her. She's at a an election night party for her district. So I just asked her what the mood is there, given what everyone's seeing, and how at least the local people were doing. But
I mean, literally right now, every swing state is looking like it's going to Trump.
yep, I think we said, yeah.
I mean, every single one.
And by the way, going back to election graphs, if you looked at not the straight up values, but my probabilistic thing, the median result was Trump by 86, which is what he would get if he won every swing state.
I mean, literally every swing state.
Yep. Yeah, the only ones that I was reading as even competitive in my final blog post were Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and
Right.
she's behind in all of those.
She's behind on all three.
Yep. I shouldn't say even competitive. All 7 were competitive. They were all within the range.
But the tightest one, those were the tightest ones.
Yeah, like if you looked at like where, not just where the current number is, but where they'd been bouncing around, those were the only 3 that spent a significant amount of time on the blue side of the line. Our Senator Cantwell won re-election. That wasn't really a surprise. And Barb.
And here's the crazy thing. Gallego is running far ahead of Kerry Lake. Which, by the way, this is what the data was showing.
Yeah, it was.
Remember talking about how the hell, but Slotkin is losing against Rogers in Michigan. Let's see. Montana. He is crushing Tester right now. Very few of the votes in, but still. Pennsylvania. McCormick is beating Casey.
Yeah, I mentioned that a while back and it hasn't changed.
No. In Texas, Cruz is cruising by 10 points. It's not that close.
Yeah, no. It looked
and in
close for a little
Wisconsin,
bit,
Baldwin
no.
is losing too.
Yeah, I mentioned that a while ago too, and it's sticking.
Yeah. Well, it's
across
just
the board.
updating right now where it is now. It was a while.
Yeah. No, like, so they're going to have a decent. I mean, we all expected that the most likely outcome was the Republicans would take the Senate because the Democrats had to they're picking up a decent number. It's not just they're going to take the Senate.
No,
they're going to take it with a decent margin.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, and looking at the House districts.
First battleground House flip of the night per AP, the Democrat won.
No,
in
where?
New York's 22nd.
Well, that's good. I'm looking at the House, and for whatever reason, the House is not looking as bad.
You think that would
no? that would be yeah. I'm looking at it's not looking as bad. No, whatever the fuck reason, this fucking psychopathic goddamn election. Yeah, it isn't actually looking as bad. No. Oh, it's fucking ridiculous. How? Oh.
AP finally called North Carolina, long time after GDHQ did.
Yeah.
Let's see. Any are there any states I'm missing in my little log? Let's see. No Hawaii yet, of course.
Yeah.
Nebraska 2 isn't called by anybody. New Mexico not called yet. Minnesota not called yet.
Not called, but yeah, she's way ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's taking Minnesota. Okay, the margin in Michigan is narrowing for whatever reason. So,
and Michigan is only at 39,
and Wisconsin is also narrowing too. It's actually narrowed a little in Pennsylvania, but not that much.
I was about to say that Pennsylvania's narrowed a little bit too, but probably not enough. But
not enough.
It's narrowed.
But it's narrowed. But yeah, I mean, Michigan has definitely narrowed a lot. Now, Wisconsin's narrowed by about 20, 30,000 votes too. So, oh, fuck. I mean, I'm guessing there is a reason why, because DDHQ usually, I mean, will call them like,
or they're
I'm assuming they're
calls.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a reason they haven't called them yet.
Well, I mean, I presume it is just the straightforward. There's a lot of mail-in ballots that are going to be called over the next, counted over the next few days, and one of the things that is an unknown at this point is the breakdown of those ballots.
Who the fuck knows?
Because we don't know, because the behavior is not the same as 2020. And it's not the same as 2022. No. So that's got to be the reason, and that's what the Harris campaign said. Are they just New Mexico for Harris?
Duh.
Yeah. So where's my mouse? Wait, what's this one? Oh, for some reason, I was missing Louisiana moving over. That was a long time ago. Okay, that's taken care of. Virginia for Harris. We already had that a long time ago. Okay, so this means the only solid places where their margins were over 10% in the averages that haven't been called yet are Hawaii, just because their polls are still open for who knows how many more hours, and Nebraska CD1, which is undoubtedly just because they're lazy.
I'm guessing simply like Trump hasn't declared victory right now because he sees that
Nebraska CD1 is actually really close right now.
Oh fuck!
but not
Really?
that it would make a difference to anything. But it's actually, this is one of the ones where I remember on the Curmudgeon
Oh,
Square
look
Slack, I
at
said
this. 49 points.
Nebra-
Oh, wow.
Nebraska
Okay.
CD1 might be a surprise Harris win, but Trump is still ahead there, just barely.
Yeah.
And they have it rated as very likely R, so I presume they have some
Yeah.
knowledge of wit parts.
I mean, and even with more votes in Arizona, it's still only a couple of thousand votes.
So we're going to have another generation of left-leaning people who in 4 years are going to be like, don't make the mistake I made in 2024. The people who wanted purity and couldn't possibly vote for Harris.
Well, but look, look, and another the point, and you know, we'll see when the vote totals like are finally tallied up. But seeing how so many places turned redder,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, there's a lot more of the MAGA people. It's not just people that sat on the sidelines, not looking like that. I mean,
it's,
you've got
big gains. It's not just,
yeah,
and like I said, even in the blue states, they've moved
yeah,
red.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the arrows start to show up for here in Washington and in
Yeah, and I can see,
California and
I can see
Oregon.
it.
They're all trending red.
Yeah, you know, I was talking the other day, talking to somebody, saying, "What's wrong with the U.S.? Look, what's wrong with the U.S.? Look, we voted. The Germans had the biggest turnout of far right candidates that we've had in a long time. The
It's a
Italians
worldwide
voted for
phenomenon.
Maloney. The French, you know, had, even though, you know, they held on, they had a very big turnout on that side as well. The reality is that the UK had to spend a significant period of damage. You know, we spent 4 years with Trump, but the British spent like over a decade with the Conservatives in charge. And it wasn't really until after the entire wholesale destruction from Brexit that it became painfully obvious to everybody that they had gotten completely screwed over, and they finally tossed them out en masse. But it took them to reach rock bottom from that.
A look into our future. I just saw
Yeah.
a post on Mastodon from Kim Scheinberg. So going to what I was speaking about gains even in blue areas, Trump made double-digit gains in New York City, up 5% in Manhattan, up 10% in Queens, up 6% in Brooklyn.
Jesus.
Sorry, what were you going to say? You looked like you saw something interesting.
No, I saw something, but the Decision Desk has some bad data in their thing where it showed like Michigan that Harris is ahead, but that's they double counted something.
Oh yeah, that's clearly bullshit.
Yeah,
I'm looking at
like,
it too.
Yeah, I'm like, what? And I'm
Yeah.
like, no, that's
it jumped to 60-30 Harris. No.
Yeah, no. That's not real.
No.
We talked about David exactly about that. This idea that his ceiling was 46.1, 46.7, had always been that. And so there'll be much more time to follow this. We are following the story and the facts. The story's not over. But if Donald Trump did increase that margin of what had been an 8-year ceiling, right, there will be much to say and much to study about whether that was because of some newfound appreciation for him and his ideas, or whether this was an economy election. And we've had many of them. And there's many a politician who will say, oh, this happened, that means you like me more, I have a bigger mandate. And sometimes it's not that. It's that high prices and inflation after COVID disruptions was a body blow to many places. You had what you guys said.
Other thing people are pointing out is once again Trump the gains with Latinos were real. Now you always point out differs by where they're
Yeah.
from, but
Yeah.
they, you know, despite like the whole, oh, he burned a whole lot of bridges in that rally at MSG, apparently not as much as people liked him.
Okay, DDHQ fixed it.
Oh, and their Minnesota
But
numbers
wait,
went to zero.
but wait, yeah, but wait, but they're showing that the margin in Michigan is down to only 30,000 votes.
But they've only got 42% in. New York Times has 71% in.
No, for Michigan.
Oh, sorry, Michigan. Yeah, 43% at New York Times too. Then.
Yeah, they're at the same percent, but they're showing only a margin of 30,000 votes in Michigan. Actually, they got 75% for Wisconsin. They're showing 100,000 vote margin in Wisconsin, but Michigan. I mean, wait, am I reading this right? Yeah, they're showing only the margin narrowed to 20,000 votes in Michigan.
Right.
But Pennsylvania is not getting any tighter.
Well, yeah. I mean, and it sounds like the Harris campaign isn't even expecting it to tonight. They're like counting on mail ballots that aren't even going to get counted tonight.
Oh, this is going to be such a shit show.
Now, even then, like it seems like a really freaking tall order, which is why we're like, New York Times is down to 9% now, and I still think that sounds about right. What's DDHQ's number now?
It's close to that. So, 12%.
12. Okay. Oh, and we got Main 2 and Main 1 called. Both in this expected direction. Main 2. Oh wait, I already had Main 1. But Main 2 is called now.
It's not like people voted for Jill Stein or something. I mean, Jill Stein, I'm looking at Wisconsin, 9,000 votes. Bobby Kennedy got 12. Chase Oliver got 7. So that's not
much smaller than the margin between the candidates right now.
Yeah. I mean, Michigan maybe. Like Jill Stein's got 18,000. Bobby Kennedy's got 11,000. Chase Oliver's got 20,000. That may be. but not in Pennsylvania. It's like 200,000 voters. Got Chase Oliver's got 27,000. Jill Stein got 27,000. I mean, not enough to really make a difference. Okay, there's an interesting one. Okay, so we couldn't get the abortion ban done thing.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, in Missouri, they voted to end the state's abortion ban.
Okay. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it's just interesting the swings in the last couple weeks in confidence. Like the reporting was 2 weeks ago, the Trump campaign was super confident, and
Yep.
the Harris campaign was shaky. 1 week ago, the Trump campaign was
Yeah.
feeling despondent, and the Harris campaign was on top of the world. And now, obviously, it's the reverse again. Oh, geez.
Hmm. Oh, yeah. Just scrolling to see anything. Well, Arizona's abortion measure also passed,
Okay.
so that's two.
It's just your state that failed.
Yeah, they did vote 57% for it, but the threshold was much
It was
higher.
60.
That's the problem.
It was 60%.
Yeah, but they did vote 57% for it. Just, I mean, it's weird. I mean, you got 57% for Trump, but 57% for the fucking abortion measure. It's still not enough. a Republican won the governor in New Hampshire.
That's normal for New Hampshire.
Yeah, I was remembering that. Yeah.
I mean, he's replacing Sununu or something, isn't he? Or was Sununu?
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
Was
I
there
think it was
gap?
Sununu. Yeah, I think it was Sununu. Coloradans voted also passed abortion rights. Oh, this is not good. My headphones are about to die. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do.
Well, it's about midnight. Are you going to tap out?
I can't sleep right now,
Okay.
so I'll stick around for a bit. But I gotta have to. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do.
Just put it on speaker. See
Okay,
if it's
well, hang on.
echo.
Okay, well, let me try. Hang on.
You don't have any wired headphones around?
I don't have any handy.
Bub's recording has stopped due to media disconnect.
Yeah, I know.
Disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well, the live feed seems to have stopped. Or no. Go.
Hopefully, did it say your recording uploaded?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
All right, the Harris margin right now in Virginia is going to 4. So yeah, I mean the projections were
Back up.
Yeah, they
back
were-
up to about.
yeah
where it
back
was.
what the
I mean, I expected just over 5, but 4's close.
it's still 88% in. So yeah, I mean it's trending towards what
Yeah.
what was expected.
Oh, Harris wins Hawaii.
Wow, another shocker.
I'm surprised their polls are already closed.
What time is it in Hawaii right now? It's like 5 hours. Well, it's 7, right?
Yeah. Okay, that means the only area with a greater than 10% margin in the polls that is yet uncalled is Nebraska 1.
Oh God. I mean, Arizona is really like stupidly tight, but it doesn't matter. I mean, without fucking.
And people keep calling out the only swing state that has been called so far is actually North Carolina, but the trends everywhere else are like, okay, yeah, it hasn't been called yet.
Well,
but
Decision Desk called Georgia, and I
Yes,
trust
that's
their
true.
judgment on that.
Yeah.
I'm not,
I agree.
I trust their judgment. It's been
So
sad.
the AP and the major networks haven't yet called Georgia, but
It's
done.
It's done. It's done. 95% of the vote is in, and the margin is 200 plus 1,000 votes now. I mean, it's not happening. Pennsylvania might as well be done soon. But again, that goes back the fucking mail-in ballots. I don't know how many of those there are, and I'm guessing that DDHQ also has the same doubt, which is why they're not calling it either. Because otherwise they would have called it like Georgia.
Yep.
So they've got that. That's got to be their thinking. There's no other reason they wouldn't have called it. I mean, they don't hold back. And Michigan is back to like 60,000 votes. And Wisconsin is like 80,000 votes. But is there anything special about mail-in ballots? Complete unofficial results until the morning after the election. In some places, absentee ballots are counted at central facility and reported in large batches. So that's also another thing with Wisconsin, where shit, he had a lot of late ballots too. So I guess I have to, I would be looking at it right now, and I would have been, like I said, with other states, fuck it, whatever. But I know that DDHQ, if they thought it was so in the bag, they would have pulled the trigger on it, and they haven't. So obviously they and they do know something that we don't.
Yes.
Oh, I just realized it's funny. Where am I? Why am I? Do you have the sound on, or what is that sound? Oh, you have the that's the TV sound over there.
Yeah, that's TV sound over here.
Yeah, I'm like wondering where the fuck is that sound coming from?
I don't have it that loud. I have it so I can.
No. But that's the thing. So I was like wondering, do I have like something like very faint going on around here?
Not that it's very much, but just to say, both New York Times and DDHQ have moved slightly back on their needles from where they were a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
Slightly. Like instead of a 10% chance,
like I said, again, there's something they're seeing that we're not. Okay. I mean, there is something they are seeing that we're not. I mean, and also with Arizona, look, so Arizona, 7,000 vote margin. Most voters cast ballots by mail. Full tabulation takes 10 to 13 days. So that's, up in the air.
I don't even have that set up. Oh, plug.
Nevada, they haven't released anything. So we don't know about that. And the thing is that if you look at you see, let's see Georgia, for example, right? If you look at the needle, how Georgia is showing at New York Times, look at Georgia. It's flat pinned to R. Okay, all right. Even though they haven't called it, it's flat pinned to R. All right, okay. But look at the PA, Michigan, and Wisconsin ones. They're just
the margin is close to the same.
Yeah, they're very tiny.
Well, presumably it's all about knowing which districts have yet to report.
Yeah, no, and they know that, and they know how many ballots are coming in and what the potential margin of those are, and so which is why they can't call it,
right?
Because it's enough to move the needle, so to speak. At least it's not Florida that did as everybody like on pins and needles. Although I wish it was. Oh. I mean, we really had a lot of MAGA people move into the state. I mean, it's just, they really came from other places in the last 5 years. I mean, it's just crazy. Well, the incumbent party candidate won the Puerto Rico gubernatorial election.
Okay.
The 39% of the vote. The second place came this candidate that he is for independence, but he did a coalition with another party that isn't for independence to try to beat them. But they came in second at 32%. The party that advocates the current status, they came in third at 21%. So yeah, they got that. Now, I'm gonna see something interesting. Apparently, they also polled people on a symbolic presidential vote to see what they voted for. I'm very curious to see what the vote was.
Okay.
Oh, Puerto Rico, the symbolic vote, 73% for Harris, 26% for Trump.
By the way, alert just hit. The Republicans are officially called in enough states to take the Senate.
Oh, well, I already said, didn't I already?
We already said this like an hour ago, but it's like the alert just came across the wire.
Yeah, fucking slow people.
Yeah, so this goes back to like when the Democrats had the trifecta a couple years back. They needed to be aggressive. They needed to like kill the filibuster, make states, expand the court, all that kind of stuff. No. Okay, Bruce has another question. Could COVID migrations have affected the political map? North Carolina, Georgia, more red because of a migration.
I don't think so much Georgia and North Carolina. I mean, Georgia and North Carolina got tighter, I would say, but Florida for sure. There is just, we've had so many incoming migrations that there is no other way that this state flipped that hard, in that direction without those incoming migrations, because we really, really had during COVID, and with a lot of people, and I will add also a lot of people that decided to work remotely that happened to be Republican leaning for the most part. No state income taxes, no whatever, whatnot. You had all those things, and that, basically a lot of people, hedge funds, other things, whatever, they moved here. Okay. And so yeah, I mean, I do think that definitely is something that had done that. But Georgia, but even though Georgia and North Carolina a little bit tighter, they're not by that much. It's not the way that not the way that it's in Florida. I mean, Florida, the last time the margin was 6 points. This is 13 points right now. This is, it was 6 points the last time around. We went from 2 points with Hillary, 6 points in 2020 to 13 now. That's a vicious move. That's, Georgia and North Carolina, they move maybe a point or two. That's it. So no, they North Carolina, Democrats have never won. Georgia, they won in 2020 once, but they hadn't won it before. Obama had won Florida in 2012. But it's gone from an Obama won in 2008, Obama won in 2012, but Hillary lost by a narrow margin, and then that just accelerated into 2020 and 2024. So
Bruce also said North Carolina and Georgia close, but more red than 20. And Bruce wants to know, is the left coast more blue now than 20? Let's look at the map. No. All 3 West Coast states got redder than 2020. I'll put the link back in the chat for the thing. But there's practically no place in the country so far, no full state in the country.
yeah, I'm looking at the election shift map, and it's across the board.
It's across the board, redder everywhere. I mean, they're scattered blue arrows, but almost every place has moved redder than it was in 2020. I mean, and this is the bottom line summary of the race: is Harris underperformed Biden in 2020, and Biden barely won. And this is like, I keep going back to that tipping point chart comparison I had on election graphs over and over, showing 2024 versus 2020 versus 2016. There was consistently that Donald Trump was doing better this time around than either of his 2 previous runs. And the only way to square that situation with the reality is, well, the only way to square that was a possible Harris win was the polling error at the end was different. Like the polling underestimated him, and maybe this time it would underestimate her. Without a polling error, nope. It's that picture of the race where Harris was running behind both the paces of Clinton and of Biden
was accurate.
Now, in terms of comparing to Biden, Biden was also, before he dropped out, way behind his pace from 4 years ago.
Right. Yeah.
And people have said, like, look, there were lots of headwinds. Like, despite the guy with the keys, there were a lot of headwinds in terms of, the economic situation and some other stuff. Even though the economy was theoretically doing well, like, repeatedly people were saying over and over in polls they didn't feel like it.
But look. Again, facts don't matter. Look,
facts don't matter. It's all about feelings.
It's all. Listen, it's all about what the messaging was. The people believed the messaging. Okay, it's like I said. When you looked at the polls, you poll the people. 70% of them say they're doing great, better than ever, and then those same people say that the country's doing like shit. That means that it, as has been shown by other how do I say, other propaganda, other people that have used propaganda widely against, to win support. And propaganda works. I mean, you just lie through your teeth. And there's a lot of people that if you create the lie that really fits the narrative.
Well, and this is one thing that specifically Trump broke the taboo against. I mean, like, it used to be that even Republican, Democrat alike, there was a modicum of you had to base your arguments in truth in some way.
Yeah.
Trump proved that was completely unnecessary.
Yep.
You could say whatever the hell you wanted, repeat it over and over again, and people would
people would buy it. Yep. By the way, DDHQ has moved out the other way to 8%.
Okay. Yep.
But still haven't called any of them. They've got and here's the thing.
Richard says the economy is going to be a shit show, by the way.
Yeah. I do expect at some point that he is going to cause a significant recession because a lot of the things that he has proposed, every economist has analyzes.
Do you think he's actually going to do all the tariff stuff he said he was going to do?
It's tough to know with him. I don't know.
Because part of his theory of the case was a lot of that is under presidential power, that he doesn't even need congressional authorization.
Well, he already did. He already imposed tariffs before.
He did a bunch, right?
Yeah,
but he wants to do much more.
Yeah. But look, as we have known before, it's all about the grift. So I don't know.
Nebraska 2 officially called.
So I don't know. Will he? I don't know. I mean, who knows with him what he's really going to do? So I see on New York Times, Wisconsin at 78% of votes in, and it's a margin of about 100,000 votes. Okay.
Yep.
I'm looking at DDHQ. They've got a little bit more to votes reported, and they actually have about the same margin. They're about 100,000. I'm just trying to compare what they are both showing. Michigan, DDHQ has more votes in than New York Times. They got 55% of the vote. They're showing a margin of about 70,000 votes in Michigan. Okay.
Mhm.
New York Times has 52% in. They're now showing a margin of about 85,000. It's a little bit wider. Okay. DDHQ's margin is narrower. Let's see. Pennsylvania, 87% of the votes in. Margin now it's narrowed down to 170,000.
That's still a lot.
That's still a lot. Still a lot. DDHQ has basically around the same number, 84% in, 170,000 votes, 6 million counted. So, but again, neither of them have called it. I mean, I would expect. I mean, I see that. I mean, DDHQ obviously feels it's trending towards that, but this has got it at 8% chance. But obviously they don't feel comfortable with saying it's done.
Yeah, I see someone on Mastodon saying, "Hey, I remember in 2020 going to bed with all things pointing towards Trump and Biden still won." But remind me, because I'm having trouble remembering. Like, it was looking not great for Biden at this time 4 years ago, but not this bad.
It was looking bad. I just don't remember how exactly bad it looked. But it looked better because that night they had called Arizona for him. So I think that definitely was different, and Georgia was not called. I mean, I know most haven't called it, but DDHQ hadn't called it. Now they haven't called. They called it, and I'm pretty sure that they're right. I looked at the numbers. I mean, New York Times hasn't called it, but I mean, they get. I mean, Trump's got Georgia.
We got Nebraska one called finally by DDHQ.
So
this means we now have all of the states and congressional districts with margins over 10% have now officially been called. What's left uncalled officially: Minnesota has not been called, Wisconsin has not been called, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska. That's all that's left uncalled.
The margin has narrowed to 100, somewhere around 150,000 votes, 170,000 votes, depending on Pennsylvania, but it's not, but I'm looking at, Michigan has, I mean, New York Times has a lot wider a margin than DDHQ, but they are behind DDHQ in terms of how much vote they've tabulated. They're only at 50. Now they moved up to 54. They were 52. Now they moved up to 54. DDHQ is at 56. Yeah. So
Bruce says, "Gotta go. Thanks for having this. Thank you for joining us, Bruce. It's good
Thank
to
you
have
for
you.
joining, Bruce.
I think that leaves you, me, and Richard. Thank you also, Richard, for joining us. I am Cuckoo too. Oh.
Well, look, okay. Richard just said he's going crazy. Look, I mean, over what? I mean, are you going crazy because Trump won? Yeah, well, or very likely won. Maybe that's
Waiting on PA numbers that were supposed to drop around midnight.
yeah. Well, I mean, unfortunately, I'm in my I even though there is a narrow, very narrow, um, path to a victory, perhaps less than 10%.
Yeah.
I don't see it likely right now. At this point, I am at the point that I am accepting. I have bargained into my acceptance of the fact the people of our nation have duly democratically decided that this is the country that they want.
Yep.
And so that's
So
that's
it's good.
it's
Yeah.
that it's not a cheat, it's not whatever, it's not it's what the people have voted for.
Stupid electoral college, but that's the rules everyone was playing under.
But like the fuck the electoral college, when I'm looking at that the majority of people in the states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin
Yeah.
have decided that this is what they want.
And Florida.
Well, Florida, I mean,
Your neighbors.
yeah. Well, that what I'm saying those because
Because those are the ones that make the difference. Yeah.
those were the ones that really made the difference tonight. I mean, nobody expected Florida. I mean, it would have been a miracle. But that it's not even my neighbors directly. You know, I saw in our county, Harris won.
Right.
So
Richard says, I work alongside many MAGA folks, so I have been apprehensive for some time. The people of our nation apparently do not listen to anything he says. He doesn't mean that.
Yeah. Well, it's like I mentioned what happened to the British. leaving the Tories running their country for so long until they completely jammed it into the ground. And unfortunately, the people in this country, I mean, they let W do it. Then the Republicans decided that their way out of it was just to lie about who did it, then blame Obama for not fixing it fast enough.
Richard says, I'm literally the bottom of the barrel, Puerto Rican and Haitian.
Yeah, well, I know. But, I mean, we are... I mean, they like Sam was saying, we are with a candidate that has succeeded in convincing all of these people through a barrel load of full-throated lies. And you know, he's figured out that propaganda works, and they'll believe it. If he repeats it often enough with conviction, they will believe it.
Well, and as Richard said, also key to this is a few more keys to this. They don't often believe it. When he says the worst things, they still say, yeah, he says that. That's just him talking. He doesn't mean that. He's not going to do that for real. And whereas we tend to take him deadly seriously, as in he may or may not succeed and do it, but he wants to do it. He was stopped so many times from doing worse things in his first administration, and those guardrails are all gone. And second, a lot of them haven't heard the stuff in the first place.
No.
You know, because their media ecosystem completely insulates them from the worst of what he does and says. So they haven't even heard it. They just think, you know, he's the one standing up for us. He says the things we think, the racist things we think, the sexist things we think. But yeah.
The transphobic things we think, the homophobic things we think, xenophobic things we think.
And so, I mean, the things that he has explicitly said over the last few weeks that he intends to do right away when he hits office are horrific. They're going to, if he even remotely succeeds in 10% of them, so many people are going to be hurt badly. And if he does the things he says he's going to do on the economy, he's going to tank the economy immediately too. So, you know, our best hope at this point is he doesn't actually do all the things he said he was going to do. Or once again, he ends up, you know, surrounded by incompetence who can't actually pull it off.
I'm not watching this fucking inauguration. I avoided watching the last one. I'm not fucking watching this one. I I actually got forced into watching the last fucking inauguration.
You
I was at an airport.
You mean Trump's? You mean Trump's or not Biden's? And look, I presume Biden's going to attend.
I presume Biden will attend.
Yep. And Harris.
Yeah.
They're going to sit there and do their duty in a way that Donald Trump would not. And I presume Donald Trump is going to treat them with complete disdain at that event too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jon Stewart ended his live daily show tonight with, I just scrolled away. Hold on. Get it back. With, "This is not the end. We have to continue to fight."
I'm tired, Sam.
Yep.
I'm very tired.
Yeah, and I presume you mean existentially, not just
yes,
because not just because it's 12:30.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's depressing. Like, it's not going to be good.
Kathy mentioned that apparently somebody's trying to make money at least on this. She's put into Slack that apparently there was a call ad on CNN tonight. Apparently, yeah, I'm sure that that'll get some
Good timing. Yeah.
Well, the AP just called New Mexico for Harris, according to something I just saw.
They're a little slow too, but you know.
Fuck you. The fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at all these. There's no substantial change in the situation in any of these states.
No.
In the last hour.
No. No. Nope. 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 What's that beeping? What do you got beeping over there?
Nothing exciting.
Nothing interesting.
Nothing interesting. I'm thinking we might still get a call in Minnesota today.
Yeah.
I think they're and
I will say this:
they're going to hold off on
the margin. The margin in Georgia has narrowed somehow a lot. It's down now to about 140,000 votes, but not enough. But
yeah, we're still talking 3%.
About 120,000 votes. I mean, there's 5% of the vote outstanding, but that's not, 5% out of what 5-6 million votes.
Well, this is why DDHQ has called that one.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I mean, right. I don't know why New York Times is being slow, but same with they're being slow with New Hampshire for some reason.
How many votes were in Pennsylvania last time around?
The total votes?
Yeah. I'll look that up. Let's take a look. Let's pull up 3.3, 6.7 million votes. Okay, 6.7 million. We are at 6. So basically, it's reasonable to expect. Yeah, it's reasonable to expect another 700, 800,000 more votes to count.
For Pennsylvania.
Yeah, for Pennsylvania. That's yeah.
That's a decent number. But
that's a decent number.
So in order to think you would flip it, though, you need to have a good expectation that those are going to be predominantly D.
Or you just don't know what they are, which is why you're not. Which is why you're holding off on calling. Okay.
Right. Well, yeah.
Yeah, because it is a decent chunk of votes. I looked up the number because it's a lot. Michigan 2020. So then let's see how many we got. Okay. Michigan had about 5. About 5.4 million votes. Okay, so where are we now? Michigan. And
Richard, by the way, says the American Carnage speech will be like a fairy tale compared to the next inauguration.
that's what I. Yeah, that's why I said I'm not watching the
Okay.
5.4.
I read the comments out loud because anybody just watching the video.
Oh yeah,
doesn't
sorry. Oh yeah.
See them or
5.4
listening when I attach this to the end of our next
All right,
podcast.
Michigan. There are over 2 million votes to be counted. Right? Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah.
Out of compared to 3 already in, so
Yeah. So there's like 2 million votes to be counted.
Which is
Okay.
why like 58% of votes.
Yeah, which is why which that goes why the DHQ hasn't called it. Okay, all right. So because that's a lot of fucking votes. And apparently there's a lot of uncertainty of where they are. Okay, so Wisconsin, let's see. 2.7 million counted right now. Let's see how much we got last election. Let's see. Okay. $3.2 million around there, 3.25 million. How many we got in Wisconsin counted so far? 3.25, 3.25.
About 3. A little under 3.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm saying, wait, no, 2.7.
Oh, yeah, a little under 3. That's what I said. 2.7.
Yeah, 2.7. So we got 500,000 votes in Wisconsin. But really, I mean, in Pennsylvania and Michigan, Pennsylvania is showing 89%, but the reality is, I guess I don't know how they're doing.
Well, the thing is,
because a lot of things, 89%, that percentage has always been a little bit tricky.
Well, it's often, in the past, it was often precincts reporting, which is
right,
really
exactly.
Votes.
Right.
But precincts reporting doesn't really make sense for mail-in ballots.
Right.
So it's a really rough estimate, and they can guess what the total turnout will be, but they won't know. So
right. So that's why, yeah. So
here's what I'm thinking. I think we might get a call from Minnesota tonight, but they are not going to call Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania tonight.
No.
I don't think anybody's going to call any of those states tonight.
No, and I see
because they're all ones where they're
left
going to be
over
waiting on mail.
Yeah, and I see the amount of leftover votes, and that's why they're not calling it, because it's a lot of votes. And now, I mean, is it looking good for Harris to win? Like I said, no. But there's definitely a lot of fucking votes left, which is why they're not calling it.
Right.
Fuck. And Arizona is not going to probably release any results right now. So
okay. I'll be back in just a minute.
Okay.
Oh, NBC is finally getting around to saying the Senate's going Republican.
Oh God! Well, Jesus, welcome to the party, assholes. Uh,
Harris not expected to speak at her thing in Howard University today. Pictures of the crowd with everyone looking glum.
listen, Richard, I know that you're very. This is very upsetting. But I don't. You text Richard had texted me to see if I could say something that was comforting in some way. I don't. I can. I don't. I don't really have.
There's nothing comforting to say right now.
No.
Harris's campaign chair is speaking at Howard right now.
What I can. I it's just not much that I can say that is positive. I mean, all I can say is that I'm trying to think what it is though. John Stewart said the fight's not over. But I'm exhausted. I think that the one thing is that just make sure to take care of yourself, take care of your families, take care of your friends, and do what you can just to make sure that you those around you are safe as best as possible. Because unfortunately, just not
And look,
else that we can control.
Especially for those in your life who are in minorities that will be endangered by this.
Yeah.
You know, because people's lives, I'm losing my voice. People's lives will be destroyed by this.
Yeah.
You are already seeing it with people dying because of the abortion bans. But the way that they are cracking down on trans people, making it harder for gay people, making, and despite the increases in minorities who apparently voted for Trump tonight, making it harder.
I was trying
for
to say something to make them feel better. You're not helping. You're not helping, Sam.
Sorry. Yes. You're right. Take care of each other. That's what you were saying. Indeed.
Yes. I mean, that's the best we can do. And it's not even a thing. Oh yeah, move. I don't know. It's just that simple. I mean, like I was saying before, we've got a fucking surge of authoritarianism that is on around the fucking world.
Yeah, while I was gone, Richard had mentioned the courts being further packed. Hello, Judge Cannon. I would not be surprised in the slightest by Justice.
Okay,
Cannon.
Again, that's not.
I know. I thought you were done reassuring people, and now we could slam people.
Now we can go oh yeah, thumbs up. No, I'm not giving a fucking thumbs up. I'm giving this fucking finger. The hell where you get my fucking thumbs up, stupid computer? Thumbs up. Stupid fucking thing.
New York Times up to 93%. DDHQ up to 94. This.
Well,
What did we call?
it's
Oh, Georgia's been called too. So let me just move that over.
yeah, finally, yeah.
Make a post on that.
Well, Klobuchar won. What they called it, at least. This is so weird. DDHQ has the Michigan margin
Mm-hmm.
with 64% in at 50,000 votes. Okay. New York Times with 62% reporting has them at Jesus over 200,000 votes swing. So DDHQ has it much tighter in Michigan.
Are they
Wait,
behind or ahead in their count?
they're ahead.
Okay.
2 percentage points.
So Richard has two questions. One, Fannie Willis got reelected. How bold will she try to be? My answer to that is it won't matter.
It won't matter.
Once he's sworn in, all state proceedings will be paused until the end of his presidency.
It won't matter. None of this will matter.
And I expect the same on New York too. Like when they delayed the sentencing till after the election, like at this point, I would not be surprised if the sentencing is further delayed until after the presidency. So, we've only got a couple weeks until that sentencing is supposed to happen. I will be surprised if it does. Richard also says, if I were Jack Smith, I'd be afraid for my life. There are a bunch of folks. I mean, I saw Cohen, Trump's former right-hand man, has said explicitly that he's already been making plans to leave the country and already has a place that he is going to go. He's already arranged for the documents, and it's his contingency plan that if Donald Trump was reelected, he'd be leaving immediately. There are a number of people, I think, who will feel like they're in danger. This also reiterates, by the way, the importance of it's inexcusable how slow the process to deal with January 6th was after it happened. It's also
all these people are getting pardoned.
All of these people are going to get pardoned. Absolutely. All of the January 6th people are going to get pardoned. He's going to end the prosecutions against himself, obviously, as soon as he's sworn in. But all of that stuff should have happened faster and more aggressively. And,
all right. I don't want to keep talking about this.
there's all kinds of stuff. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? But didn't. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm actually surprised Donald Trump hasn't officially announced his victory yet, but he's.
I'm gonna tell you why, because
He
he
doesn't
was
have
gonna
to.
do it exactly. He doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to. He can wait. He can
He can
wait this
wait.
time. Like
Yeah.
the whole announce early thing was if he was behind. He's
Yeah.
not behind.
He's
This
not-
is a legitimate straight up win. He doesn't have to play shenanigans.
Yeah.
Up to 95% at New York Times.
Yeah. When are you going back to work?
Monday.
Okay.
Hey, but Yvonne, look at the bright side. You're going to have RFK Jr. in charge of healthcare.
Yeah. That's going to be very helpful, of course.
NBC's slow. New Mexico, they're calling. Oh, Alaska's about to close. Yay.
By the way, right now, Trump is winning Bucks County, 50 to 49%.
Yep.
I don't see where any of this comes from. There isn't anywhere in Pennsylvania where there's enough votes to make this change. Yeah, I mean, if he's got Pennsylvania, he's got it. He's done.
Well, and he's got all three. He's got all three.
It's just, which, I mean, it's just they're ahead in the count. I mean, they're ahead in counting. I mean, so it's like 92%. It's like,
Yeah.
Once you call Pennsylvania, that's it. It's done. It's over. Like everybody said, tipping point was Pennsylvania. Well, here you go. There you have it.
Yeah.
I mean,
technically speaking, you move Pennsylvania over right now. There's still a couple paths, but impossible. Not realistic paths, given the rest of the map we're seeing.
yeah. I mean, yeah, you take Pennsylvania.
You'd have to give them back Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada.
And there's just, the numbers aren't. I mean, there's such a huge discrepancy between DDHQ Michigan vote counts and New York Times vote counts.
Is they
in Michigan
way ahead?
I mean,
DDHQ has more.
I mean, DDHQ shows a much tighter race.
Oh, okay.
And they've counted more votes. So.
Oh, yeah. In Michigan?
Yeah. It's a big difference. It's not small.
Yeah, I can see why you aren't going to be calling Michigan.
No.
Pennsylvania is harder to justify. Unless there's like a lot of. Well, you mentioned the expected number outstanding is a lot still, but
yeah, it's still it's still a lot. You probably got about at least 500,000 votes in Pennsylvania right now, where they're at right now. Yeah. In Michigan, you got about 1.5 million. Wisconsin, though, I mean, well, and I'm looking at early reporting Nevada, but only 17% Donald's up.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona, Donald's up. I mean, he's up on
everything.
On all of them.
So Nate Cohen's summary from 35 minutes ago. Another hour has gone by, but the story is still the same. Trump is favored in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and we'll just have to wait longer to see whether maybe, just maybe, Harris will do better than expected in key Democratic areas. But and it's better than expected, not just in general, but because she's been underperforming everywhere today.
Yeah. I don't know how I'm going to try to get some sleep. What the fuck do I got? What's my calendar looking like tomorrow? Jesus Christ.
actually believe, now take a look at this. We said at the start of the night, the margin for Democrats in 2020 for Joe Biden was about 182,000 votes. So Harris has now actually gotten basically to the Biden level in 2020, and we believe there is a little bit more to come still in Dane County. So it appears actually with that question we posed at the beginning of the night here, could Democrats squeeze more out of Dane County than they've been getting every election of the century they have? It looks like they may be able to do that. We'll see. Make sure there are a few left there. Obviously, if they do, but we expect things to
Richard says, I have to be at the hospital in 7 hours and have no idea how I can sleep. Yeah.
Oh, I gotcha. Try to get some rest, Richard, because it's not. Yeah. One. Well, folks, I guess.
You gonna call it a night?
Yeah, I think Richard also signed off now.
Okay.
What the?
Bub's
Camera.
recording failed. Recording has stopped, but everything up till now has been saved. Tell them to stop and restart. Well, I guess I lost. Okay, I'm holding on. And Yvonne is back.
Well, the YouTube recording is keeping the recording going, right? Yeah.
Well, the Riverside said it saved your stuff.
Okay. I don't know. It just for some reason.
I should have multiple copies of everything here if needed.
I'm just sad.
Yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, I am in. I don't know. I was gonna say disbelief, but not really. I mean, I knew this was a possibility.
Yeah, we knew it was a
But
possibility.
but I really hoped that this was not the path that would be taken. Like, I continue to be dumbfounded and disappointed by my fellow Americans. I mean, this is this is a very, very dark path we are heading down. They New York Times now has Pennsylvania as very likely R, pegged on that side. Michigan at lean, Wisconsin at lean. They're up to greater than 95% chance on their odds. And DDHQ is at 94.
I don't know. I don't get people. I don't know. I don't understand why they're just seduced by this shit.
You want to set a time to stop, Yvonne? We'll go another 15 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You got work in the morning?
Yeah.
Oh, we got. Where's my mouse? Okay.
Yeah. In 2020,
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton got in Florida 4.5 million votes. Kamala Harris got this time around 4.647 votes.
Which state was that?
Florida. Harris got 150,000 more votes than Clinton.
Right.
Trump got 4.6 million in 2016. He got 6.1 million this year. I mean, 1.5 million more votes. And this is while Harris got also 150,000 more votes over what's his face? 2020. Harris has underperformed Biden. 5.3 million votes, 4.6 million. And Trump went from 5.6 to 6.1 million. I mean, he got more votes. I mean, he just got more people.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like Dems. I mean, that's what I was saying about people moving. It's not like Dems turned away as much. Well, some did, I guess, because we got 5.3 million from Harris. But I mean, shit. I mean, Harris got more votes than Hillary Clinton. Still not enough.
Right.
I mean,
oh, other main.
by the way, Trump won the Tampa area.
Okay.
That had been reliably Democratic in the past.
Right.
I mean, I'm looking through every election. Tampa.
Trump is about to give a speech.
Oh God, I don't want to hear it. I don't fucking care. I don't want to listen to this clown. Not just that did we lose Tampa, it went Republican, but Miami-Dade went also, which even in 2020 was Democratic. I highly doubt he's going to be magnanimous.
No. He doesn't have that in him.
great many staff members that have been working here in Palm Beach that have their eyes on working in a second Trump administration. I talked to Roger Stone, a longtime friend and informal advisor to Donald Trump, who is over at the Mar-a-Lago.
Oh God, Roger Stone's back.
Elon Musk and Dana
Oh,
White,
fuck.
as well as others who have really helped lift him last month, including individuals like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It was a closer group of family and allies that were at the Mar-a-Lago estate watching these results come in before now to understanding Donald Trump is making his way here. And Roger Stone, I mentioned him because really he's seen through 60 years of the Republican Party.
Who is talking now?
Oh, some random reporter at the venue that Trump is heading towards.
Where isn't it? Isn't he at fucking Mar-a-Lago? I mean, I would have assumed.
Yeah, I think he's at Mar-a-Lago.
I mean,
Well, no, he's coming from Mar-a-Lago. The event is at some larger place. It's some big, looks like a hangar or something. Fox declares Pennsylvania for Trump.
I mean, actually, DDHQ just did as well. Actually, DDHQ has declared Trump the winner.
Yep. Well, what? Okay. Yep, that will do it.
Yeah, that's it.
So the range at this point is the best Harris could do is to lose by 2 electoral votes if she ran the table on everything that hasn't been called yet, which isn't going to happen. And Trump's best is still to win by 86, which is what looks like will probably happen unless some of these states flip from where they are right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Which is what the median case of my uniform swing model said was Trump by 86.
Yeah.
So DDHQ hasn't officially declared him the winner yet because they haven't. Their red bar to 270 includes states that he's ahead, but they haven't called yet. But
No, I was actually looking at the one that they declare Trump's. They have a check mark right beside the 270.
oh yeah, they do. Well, but yeah, but the 270 is based on including Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona.
I don't
Well,
think.
no, you're right. No, it's not.
No, it doesn't.
No, you're right. And they have the same count I have. So what am I saying? I have 270 as well in the Harris's best case is the 268 to 270 case, which is what they have there. But that is assuming
He's looking at like
that is assuming a couple of the states that are really ahead.
Yeah, Minnesota. So that's 223. I mean, she's not ahead of Nevada. She's not ahead in Arizona. Maybe she pulls one of those out. Well, so you got 223 plus. Oh, he hasn't called Maine. Harris is ahead.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not even sure if this time he doesn't really win the popular vote.
He might at this point. It's going to be close.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's probably a significant chunk in California that might put Harris. Like, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Popular vote could still go either way.
Yeah, because he's ahead by 5 million votes, like right now. Oh God, I got some stupid columns already out. Could a Trump victory offer an unlikely opening to an American renewal? Oh, fuck.
You can be quiet, Chetsky.
California has repealed Proposition 8, which I don't know which one it was, and enshrined same-sex marriage rights in the state constitution. So I don't remember which one was Proposition 8. No, I'm way behind.
There we go.
Alright. I guess it's time for me to try to.
Okay, we'll close this out.
Any parting shots you want to record for posterity?
No, we'll collect our thoughts a little bit to record a show later in the week. But just this is I keep thinking about the quote about the start of the Cold War, about the lights going off, or was that start of World War II? Anyway, the lights going off around Europe or whatever. This is ushering in what's going to be a very dark period in U.S. and world history. I don't see any way around that. Like, one way or another, it's going to be bad. And just like a lot of these other dark periods in world history, people voted it in.
They wanted it.
Yep.
These people wanted it.
Yep. We'll see how it goes. I mean, the best hope at this point is that all of us are wrong and that it won't be nearly as bad as we fear. I mean, people pointed out over and over again for the last Trump administration. See, all the things you said would happen didn't all happen. It wasn't that bad, but it was really bad.
Bad for a lot of people.
It was really bad
For
a lot of people. Yes. And most of the majors haven't done the final calls yet, but DDHQ and the Hill have, and it's clear if you combine the calls from the various people who've made calls, it's clear like we're done here. So it is what it is. And we'll all have to figure out how to live in that universe.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'm signing out.
Okay, and I'm just going to sign out too. So thank you, everybody who joined the live stream, and anybody who listens to this later as well. I'll include some version of all this at the end of our next episode, undoubtedly. And that's it. Prepare yourself for Trump 2.
All right. Good night.
Good night, all. Bye.
Wisconsin may come here to 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump, and then you
I'm
take a look
not
at the Senate
stopping
race,
yet.
it's just a little bit more than half that.
Live stream's over, but there's you can't have the phone. I'm obviously watching the phone, listening to the phone. The computer version can't do the 4 up.
Collins tight enough. If you're in a situation ever where Trump ekes out a victory in the presidential and Huffy's running a point or so behind
What
him,
do you want to see? You want to see texts?
as well. Remember,
Here are
Wisconsin
texts.
in 2020, it was a difference of 20,000 votes that separated Trump and Biden. It was about 20,000 votes in 2016 as well. In 2016, there was a Senate race. The outcomes did sync up that time with Trump and Ron Johnson both winning, but there is separation there. And again, these basic dynamics. I want to take a look here. I did want to see Baldwin. has gone to 183,000, and I wanted to measure this against. Yeah, okay, they're equal. This is significant because we've talked about it all night, and now officially Harris has expanded the Democratic margin in Dane County. About 182,000 last time. So this is yet again this century. Democrats are getting more out of Dane County. That's rolling right over, as you would expect, to the Senate race as well.
Okay, so parallels there. Can we look at Michigan?
Yes. So Michigan, though, 70% of the vote is in here. And again, 52.2, 46. Let's call up the Senate results. 50.7, 46.4. So I think you can see where this one is going. It's a similar story here. It's close